Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. Almost said Wednesday for some reason. I don't know why I was going to say Wednesday. Welcome to Monday's Wednesday stream. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. I hope you are doing very well tonight. We got a variety of different news and topics to talk about. It probably will be a little bit of a longer stream because of it. There's lots of lots of things to different yap about. Obviously, including in some less than ideal news. I guess it's also kind of good news because he didn't die. But it's still bad news because it happened in the first place. One of those situations going on right there, you know. As long as you haven't had an assassination attempt on your life, I think your life is probably going pretty well, isn't it? A third Amalgamyte has hit the towers. Oh no, not a third. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was it the Pentagon? Oh, how could we? How could we? By the way, I always forgot to change the Rumble title. I did change the Rumble title. Okay, this must be something with Rumble Studios, because this is the second time. The second time now where I've changed it. Yeah, I changed it, uploaded the thumbnail, and then scheduled the stream itself. And then I hit, start stream button. And apparently it's not registering as the stream that I set up in advance. Why are you like this? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Like, come on. Come on, Rumble. YouTube is failing, is falling down the aisle. Falling down the stairs once again. And this is like the prime opportunity to get your shit together. Though to be fair, I guess I will give them credit where credit is due. They are trying, right? They're recently revamping their stuff up. May or may not have used the cornering as the salesman, which is kind of a mistake. But recently they have made some changes. Excuse me, to try to get more people to come over and create content on their platform. There we go. Now it's updated. Fucking Enwa. Going there. But still, come on. Come on. You have the money. At least I hope you have the money. I think you have the money. You can do it. Oh, you're not showing up as live, by the way? What's that? What? What do you mean? Like Rumble or YouTube I'm not showing up as live? Why is there problems? Why do I always have to have some sort of problem every single stream? It says I'm live. It says I'm live here. I see myself on YouTube. I don't understand. The only thing I can think of is I know Kick was not allowing me to update the category I was in. So mods, if you could change that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. Right now, Kick hates my VPN. I need to get with Trium sometime and figure out what I can do for Kick to not hate my VPN. If it's like a me problem, or if it's specifically like I'm fucked because of the VPN or what. But Kick and my VPN do not get along whatsoever. And so I constantly have problems like loading the site and various things with it. When I don't have the VPN on, it works perfectly normal. I don't know why. I just want to protect myself. Listen, there's too many Indian scammers online. Kick, please. Let me protect myself from them. There. Kick is on just chatting. Thank you, Trium. I appreciate it. You're a good little guy. And thank you, Reverend Norse, for the 500 warp tokens over on Kick. Speaking of which, before topics start, hope you've seen the Black Arch memes in the Vamp of server. A true explosion of pure art in the AI channel. Blurge is eternal now. I've seen some of them. I have not checked the vampire server today. So I'd be interested to see what's next. It's coming out of it. For those who don't know, and I know I keep on advertising this, and I'm gonna, come on, they're Nazi vampires. Listen, at a certain point, the joke gets old, and I get it, but have you considered Nazi vampires? Okay, no? Yes? Congratulations, we have some for you. Yesterday was the 5th episode. Definitely recommend checking it out. If you have not caught up with the Vampire campaign, there's more. Has he made a playlist for it yet? Has he? Yes, he has made a playlist. There we go. There we go. Good little Arch. I'm glad that his boomerisms hasn't affected it too much. And, there may or may not have been some edits within it about turning Arch black. Because we was Vikings and shit going on there. And he greatly appreciated that. Greatly appreciated it. A true Norwegian, yes. Yes. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always until 2026. I guess at a certain point, like, if there's constantly having problems, you might want to look and turn into yourself and be like, maybe I'm the problem. And yes, chat, I am literally the problem, but I don't know why I'm the problem. I'm tired of being the problem. I just want things to work. I don't know. Is there any chance of doing movie nights earlier, as it's far too late for me in England and I've missed both Ryan Gosling movies? Not really. I'm sorry, Euro bros. I love you guys, because I'm Anglophile and everything like that, but, like, the movie nights are after the vampire campaign, and so it's based off whenever the vampire campaign gets over with, and then I usually get some food in between, and then do the movie night. Go in there. So it's most kind of based off that, because it is at night after all. And since I'm American, and America first, you know, when movie night's usually kind of late, right? You know, between like 7 p.m. In this case, it's more like 10 p.m., but still, you know. Fair enough, thanks anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I mean, if schedule changes, because, like, we used to do movie nights on Tuesdays, and I had to switch them over to Sundays. If it changes, then, you know, I'll let you guys know, and that kind of deal. But that's the current schedule for things, based off my life and stuff like that. I'm sorry. Yankee, go home! Before we get into the news, because like I said, we do have lots of topics to talk about today. Well, there's various news of various levels, and I had to blow my nose. I ate my spicy food, because I like spicy food, and now my nose is runny. Give me a second. Did you say 6-7? Yeah, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Am I doing the meme right? Am I a boomer yet? 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. You can kill me at any time. Just saying. Just take me out back and shoot me. Before you do that, let me show you this really cool thing that Skybrowse made me. Skybrowse is a famous, popular AI Slop creator, though I can't call it Slop when it's absolute peak. Who's been making really cool videos over about, you know, different VTubers. And he recently made something for me, which looks really fucking cool. The AI hates my design, but I can't exactly blame it for it, because, fun fact, I am an amalgamation. And amalgamations typically be a mess, a conglomeration of very different things. You know, that's kind of how it works. And you know, the AI doesn't like it. The AI does not like it. But I look very pretty and very cool in it. And I'm very honored that he actually made one for me, because he makes really good stuff. And I'm excited. Here's an edited version of it with color correction and stuff. And it looks so cool. I wanted to show it off. Well, I guess I could, you know, if I want to properly show it off, I could do this. Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm very happy. I woke up to this and I was like, oh, wait, he made something for me? Hell yeah. Amal was AI generated to begin with. Fuck, you got me. I'm just an Indian man pretending to be a VTuber. It's really good AI. Yeah, he makes some crazy fucking good stuff. Like, he like works like a sweatshop in the basement to do this kind of deal. And he made some for me. There. Amal has abs. Apparently. Not in real life. I'm 300 pounds in real life, so kind of hard to have abs when you're that thick with 20 C's going on there. But hey, the model does if you want to lick them. Is it AI generated? Yes, that's the content he does. The fuck's that shopper in the background? Some fucked up hint? I may or may not have caused death and destruction within the city, and they're trying to hunt me down. That's what kind of happens when amalgamations go run rampant and wild, especially when they're dragon and wolf hybrids too. Yeah, there's a tendency to cause fire and chaos. Amal woke up, saw this, and went back to bed ever saying I can't peek that today. True and real. Actually, yes. I woke up and I was having trouble sleeping and I was really tired and I saw this and I was just like, oh, that's really cool. But I'm very tired right now. I'm gonna have to respond to this later. And that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I woke up, I was a lot more awake then, and I was like, okay, I can properly appreciate it now that I'm not running on 1 1/100th brain cells from being half asleep. Yes. You know me too well. Oh, thank you, Beard Master, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I timestamped all the Arch meme in the vampire stream. Base. Torture Arch with more of them. He is a Swede after all, and Swedes don't get any respect in my book. Yeah. Sorry. I ate right before stream, but I didn't have enough time to drink my digestive shots. We gotta like sip them. They're very tangy. And so like you gotta sip them. Nom 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 nom. There we go. At least one down. One down, one more to go. Let's see. Don't belittle yourself like that, Mom. With the right diet and exercise, you'll have the potential to have an ab set like the clip Sky posted. Never give up. See, the thing is, I don't like women with abs. Like, a little bit toned is good, right? You don't want, like, a flabby belly. But I don't like women with abs. It feels really gay. Like, there was a whole debate years ago between Academic Agent and I think Sargon. And then I know, like, Arch and V and, like, other people got involved because it was like, is licking the abs gay? And I'm on the side of licking the abs is, in fact, gay. That's my position. When you have a woman who's got a fucking six-pack, that is gay. Okay, that's very masculine coded. Do you know how much effort and how much work, how lean she's got to get? Like, all the different shit that a woman has to do to get a six-pack? That is gym rat on steroids kind of level for a woman to get a six-pack, to get to that kind of deal. That woman is fucked up. But there's something off about it. Like, abs six-packs are like for men. Women should be toned, yes, you don't want them to be fatty and flabby, but a full six-pack is gay, fellas. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. Licking the abs? No, you're supposed to pet them. That's arguably just as gay, because, like, when you say pet them, I imagine you, like, taking your finger and tracing the packs with your finger, like you would with your tongue to lick it. That's still just as gay. Women with abs are typically considered underweight since they need higher body fat naturally. Yeah, like, a woman who is, like, obsessed with the gym and working out and, like, super muscular, like, obviously she's healthier than the 300-pound land whale by a long shot, but they're both mentally ill. Like, they're both mentally ill, and you do have to be worried about, like, her being underweight at that point, because being underweight, even though it's far and few between these days, is still unhealthy. That's still a problem that you still need to be concerned about with women when you get to that extreme. It's just that women like that are far and few between, and so we've gotten to this kind of idea in our brains that it's preferred because we're so sick of the fatties of raping our eyeballs by simply existing. And there's something called balance, right? Like, the two sides of the extremes are both bad. Though, I know the typical thing is like, oh, well, with people being as fat as they are, like, you know, obviously focus on that. I'm like, yeah, obviously. I listen, there's a chick in the game that I'm playing, 13 Sentinels, 8 Aegis Rim, right? And I call her a fatty because she is a fatty. But then half the chat's like, no, she's perfect size. And I'm like, no, we're talking to Asian beauty standards, okay? She's fat. She's a chungus. I will rip on the fatties anytime I can get. But like, once again, there's two sides of the extreme. Both are bad. Yeah. But the abs take the beatings better on all. Fuck, you got me there. I was like, wait, I don't have a counterpoint for this shit. Is it gay to like a woman with proper physique? No. It is, however, gay to like a woman who looks overtly masculine. See, that's my point, right? You want a woman who does work out, who is healthy, who is skinny, who does eat properly, and is active, right? You want a woman like that. But you don't want the extreme gym rat roided up version of her. Because for a woman to get that muscular, she's doing something sussy-wussy. Whether that actually is steroids, or she's not eating properly, or something else. Like, you should be wary about that. Abs are bad for pregnancy in various cases. I haven't exactly heard that, but I wouldn't exactly be surprised. I'm in the same boat. My fellow project got fucked over by my campus getting shut down due to the severe weather. Did I interrupt a conversation in chat? My apologies. I'm hoping to make those centrists lol. I know. I'm the classical liberal, okay? The enlightened centrist. How dare I be such an outdated 2016er right there. All woman needs to do is not overeat. Simple. I agree. Though I have to say it is a little unfortunate for me personally, since I'm so short. I'm 5'1". I could only eat like 1,000 calories a day to 1,200, including when I'm working out. Like, because I do work out on a regular basis. Nothing like super intense. I do home exercises. There's this woman I found on YouTube that does the home exercise stuff, and holy shit. Oh, ooh, the ab routine that she has got. Jesus Christ. Going there, because I know I say I hate women with abs, but once again, women should be at least toned, right? And I also walk for like an hour and a half a day. Hour and a half a day within my inclined treadmill, right? So I'm trying to like stay relatively healthy there. And even then, I'm only at like 1,000 to 1,200 calories a day, which adds up very quickly. Adds up really quickly, which is a bit difficult, especially when I'm on my period and you got the cravings and everything else like that. So as the resident vagina holder, I do feel for my fellow women when it comes to eating there, especially as an American, right? But obviously there's limits. There's limits. Jesus, just 1,000? Yeah. Because I'm 5'1". And it's 1,000 to 1,200 roughly. It's great. One meal's like 500 calories, so I was like, okay, I guess I'm done for the day. Working out too much can be detrimental for a woman's hormones? True. But like, that's extreme cases once again. Maltreating the pussy grip? No. I'm not doing Kegels, I'm sorry. Wait, your house short? 4 foot and 13 inches, okay? 4 feet and 13 inches. Get it through your thick skulls, okay? I'm pocket-sized. I mean, eating a bowl of soup that has about like 1,000 calories. I'm sorry. What bowl of soup is 1,000 calories? My Jesus Christ, dude. Because like when I make my homemade chili, that's like 300 to 400 calories. And then I have a soup that I like, that I usually eat when I'm sick because it's expensive. It's like a bone broth soup, but it's really good. And that's another like 300 to 400 calories there. So sometimes I do eat 2 bowls, especially when I'm like hungry and sick like that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm done for the day. Or sometimes it's just 1 bowl and I'm like, okay, I'll eat something else later. No. Have you been on the Stairmaster? I have when I went to the gym, but the gym is too far away. I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I don't do the Stairmaster. I had, like I said, I had the inclined walking pad I use underneath my desk, and then I have the home workout as well. That helps take care of that kind of stuff. Fun size. 5'1" woman lit. Listen, it's better than being a 5'1" man lit. Like what's that trainee's name? Ellen Page, right? Like that bitch is 5'1" and decided to transition and turn to a manlet. Like, why would you do that to yourself? There. Maybe you should just eat 1 big meal per day. That's basically what I do. I eat like once, and then I have like a snack a little bit later, and that's about it. That's normally what I do. So, but when my period starts, I get really fucking hungry. So then it's like, okay, I have to like work out, which apparently is one of those like, it's one of the symptoms of, you know, being a woman on like your period, is like there's hormonal fluctuations that, okay, one like increases your cravings, and then the other one also lowers your satisfaction level when you normally eat, because there's a hormone that comes out. Like I read this a while ago, because I'm like, okay, why am I hungry? Why am I fat? Why am I a fat ass when I'm on my period? And how do I like stop this? And apparently it's normal. You just have to have self-control. And I'm like, oh fuck, my biggest weakness, self-control. I can't. Oh god, okay. But the other one like lowers the satisfaction hormone that comes out when you eat, to tell yourself that you're full. So not only you're naturally hungrier, but the hormone is disrupted that normally says that you're full, and so you're just turned into like a bottomless pit. I'm like, oh, great! I love being a woman. There. Do people care about calories, or does eat whatever? I'm still skinny. Yes. If you're trying to lose weight or trying to maintain weight and not be a fat ass, especially when you're American, you do care about calories. Calories in, calories out. Is that simple? It works. The motivation to not get fat, and when you're short is strong, so you look like a tomato. True and real. You just turn into a blob, like a circular little like oval blob that like the ends, you just kind of like an amoeba, right? Remember in like 6th grade biology class, whatever the case is, you learn about amoebas and the other like single cell organisms, and there's like this little like ovalish shape that kind of like moves slowly, but then like it bends itself a little bit here and there. That's what you turn into when you're that short. You gotta be careful. There. But anyway, enough about fatties and everything like that. Before we get into the Trump assassination attempt, which I did a poll on both Discord and on YouTube, and it turns you guys still want me to talk about the Trump assassination attempt, so I will get into this here in a minute. But first off, before we do, Broken Crown has been demonetized. Which is a YouTube channel by my friends Aiden Paladin and Spoon Aristocratic Utensil. It's their weekly podcast that they have. For some reason, my YouTube is like cutting off half of it. I don't know why it's doing this. Listen, once again, everything breaks when I touch it. Okay. Anyways, now it's back to normal. It's a weekly podcast that Aiden Paladin and Spoon have together. I've been on it a couple times myself. They're really cool people. I mean, yeah, I might not agree with them everything politically, but they're still nice people. They're still good people in my eyes. And they've been demonetized recently. Not for anything spicy, no. It's part of a huge wave that has occurred today for multiple different channels being hit with AI. No, it's not Quarter Pounder. It's not the Quartering, no. A bunch of other channels other than Broken Crown have been hit today There's a huge wave of YouTube just marking these channels as AI content. Now, this has been going on for a while now, but it's starting to affect a lot more people. And it seems to be within a certain political spectrum in general. There. So she's been tweeting out about it today. YouTube has denied my appeal for the Broken Crown channel with the same boilerplate AI response they're sending to everyone. I'm guessing this is because the politics channel, apparently news is no longer monetizable. And at first, when I read that tweet, I was just like, okay, how is news no longer monetizable? But then I actually read the email that she received, and I was like, holy, okay, hold on, wait a second. What is this? Hi, monetization on your channel has been disabled because we determined that a significant portion of your channel does not comply with YouTube partner program terms. And I was like, okay, they do get pretty spicy in Broken Crown. You know, I can't say I'm too surprised. But then you keep on reading. As a participant in the YouTube Partner Program, you must meet several content quality guidelines. We've included some examples of content that does not meet these standards because it's seen as inauthentic content. Inauthentic content refers to content that seems like it's been mass-produced. This could mean content that looks like it's been made with a template, has minimal variation across videos, or is a slideshow with low narrative commentary educational value. Wait, this isn't for hate speech. This isn't for fake news or whatever the case is. This is for inauthentic content? Examples include content that exclusively features reading from other materials you did not originally create, like text from websites or news feeds. Reporting on the news is inauthentic content, chat. Me reading this email is inauthentic content. Me reading an article is inauthentic content. Me going off Twitter with clips over the Trump assassination attempt, which I'll do here in a little bit, is apparently inauthentic content. What? Like... huh? Like, this was reporting on the news. I know YouTube has turned into YouTube, but all they care about is the mainstream media. Like, they changed this back in 2016, 2017 after Trump got elected, then PewDiePie's Adpocalypse type of deal, where Susan Wojcicki actually came out and said that she saw one of the terrorist attacks within France, and she's like, oh, and she hated the fact that it wasn't front page on YouTube, so she purposely changed YouTube to fit the for mainstream media sources. That way people can see the mainstream media that people were avoiding by watching YouTube, because the fact that they weren't reacting to the tragedy in France was horrible to her. This is why you don't have women in business and politics and leadership potential. Like, if people wanted to look at the mainstream media and for the news, they would have just watched the mainstream media for the news. Like, YouTube was supposed to be for you, yourself, random person online, number 1252, make whatever content you want. And if people want to see some random nobody reporting on the news, they'll watch the random nobody reporting on the news, or making a comedy skit, or playing game, whatever the case is. They want the mainstream media, they can just turn on the TV. But no, she changed it that way. So... Sorry about that. Oh, that was... a strong sneeze. Okay. So, like, this is not completely out of the realm for YouTube to do this, but it's like they're getting harsher with it. Where you, like, just reading text from websites and news feeds doesn't actually count. Really trying to kill the news commentary channels, which is what Broken Crown is here. Also me, so needless to say, I'm a little bit scared for myself. Oh, thank you for the bless yous. Thank you. That was a kitten sneeze. What do you mean it's a kitten sneeze? That hurt my fucking chest. That was like, that's a hard sneeze for me. There. But other examples they give: songs you did not originally create, which have been modified to change the pitch or speed, but otherwise identical to the original song. Highly repetitive content with minimal variation across videos. What does that mean, huh? Well, what does that mean? Because if you report on the news, then and use a template like they mentioned earlier, a template with this minimal variation across videos, which is what most people have for aesthetic purposes, right? I got the little blue background around me. I don't have a fancy little border like some people do, like Broken Crown actually does, for their stuff. Oh, but like that's normal to have to frame whatever you're talking about there. Like that's like what are we doing? Mass reduce or content using similar template across multiple videos. Once again, the template thing. Image slideshows or scrolling text with minimal or no narrative, commentary, educational value. Now, this is where I feel like it's a little slippery slope, because there's definitely plenty of slop content produced out there, where people just go like React videos, for example. Which I know YouTube's been trying to like, try to kill the React videos a little bit too. Where they just be like, oh, oh, that's so crazy. Oh, wow, that's horrible. Oh, oh, yeah, yo, you know. Like, that is minimal or no narrative, but when your content's like Broken Crown mainly a live stream and you're supposed to be just yapping and talking about various things, kind of like what I'm doing right now, there's plenty of commentary. Plenty of commentary going on there. It can be a bunch of random other shit. It doesn't have to actually be related to what's on the screen. But it's still commentary because you're just yapping and talking to your chat. Like, that's once again, is YouTube. You're a streamer. You're supposed to be constantly talking. Like, topics go all over the place. Like, it's pretty obvious for a live stream channel like Broken Crown. They're doing lots of commentary. Like, these are supposed to be examples, of course, but none of them actually hold water. Of course, it's YouTube, so no surprise there, but it just shows how retarded they actually are. But to finish the email, we know this is tough news, and sometimes we have to make difficult decisions. We have a responsibility to ensure our community is safe for creators, viewers, and advertisers. Of course, the advertisers. Which is retarded, by the way, because even when a channel is demonetized, they still run ads on them. If anything, more ads than when the person is monetized, because when you're monetized, you do get to control some of the monetization that happens with it, like when the ads pop up, various things like that. No, when a channel's demonetized, they still show ads, so the advertiser excuse is absolute bullshit. Just the creator themselves is not getting the money from them. So advertiser stuff does not count, and they also get deboosted in the algorithm because YouTube has no point. There's no argument for YouTube to promote your content if you're demonetized because, well, you know, yeah, they're still running ads, but you're not getting any of it, and you're obviously an unsafe channel, so there's no reason to. At the same time, we understand you may have unintentionally made mistakes. That's why you'll be able to reapply for YouTube Partner Program in 90 days. This 90-day time period allows you to make changes to your channel and make sure it's in line with their policies. Bullshit. Bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit here. And then she's trying to get Team YouTube to respond, because she put in an appeal and even uploaded a video demonstrating that she's not AI. And they didn't even bother watching it. And whatever the case is, and denied her. They just denied her. And then YouTube responded, where is it at? Check your DM for an update. And it was just withhold it. Hi, partner! Oh, thank you for reaching out and your continued patience. I understand the significance of the outcome for your channel's growth. Our internal team has finalized their evaluation of your appeal, and I'm ready to provide you with the current resolution and next steps. It looks like our team has already revealed your appeal on your channel and was not able to accept you into the YouTube Partner Program. You can still reapply for the Partner Program in 90 days after you receive your channel's initial suspension. During this time, we encourage you to continue to upload new content and make sure to review all your videos with our YouTube Partner policies in mind, and edit to delete any video that violates our policies. Upon 90 days, you see the option to reapply in the Earn page to meet the eligibility criteria. So, get fucked! That's what they're basically saying. Which, I'm kind of not surprised, because I have heard, and thankfully I haven't had to go through this myself just yet, so I cannot confirm, but I've heard that if you put an appeal through YouTube's backend when if you lose your monetization, you get instantly denied because it's all handled by AI, and so it doesn't matter. So then when you reach out to Team YouTube on Twitter, then they can't exactly do anything because they're like, oh well, you've already put your appeal, it got instantly denied, you get fucked, I'm sorry, maybe we already made our decision. So the proper response to do is, instead of actually putting in the appeal manually on the back end side of things after you get demonetized, you actually have to just go to Twitter first and cause a storm. Like, don't actually go through the proper appeal process. Like, don't be a decent human being and actually do the right steps and then try to go to Team YouTube for further action. No, you have to go kicking and screaming at Team YouTube's door on Twitter.com or X.com, and then hopefully somebody will be able to handle it for you. That's great. That's great. I love YouTube. Thank you, Dizzy Lizzie, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 69th like. Well, thank you for being the 69 like. That's a funny number. That's a funny number. Remember, chat, hit that like button if you don't want me to be demonetized anytime soon. I probably will. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared because, you know, since I am mostly a news channel myself with a little bit of game, I'm wondering, like, when am I gonna get hit by this? So, YouTube bros, become kick bros at your earliest convenience. It'd be greatly appreciated. I don't have to worry about being demonetized over at Kick, and you can just be a warm. I get paid for you being a warm body. It's great. It's great. It's a win-win. If you like your little amalgamation retard station here. Obviously, I get YouTube is the preferred platform. It's my preferred platform as well too, like when it comes to like videos and various things, right? But for live streams, well, just saying. It's not only them. Aiden Paladin has been just like I said, it's a whole wave of different people today. There was Baring's wife who got hit with the inauthentic content today, or within the past 24 hours, I should say. This suit person, don't know who this person is myself, but he got hit. This anime versus apparently had a 440,000 people subscriber channel, which is a really big channel, right? Like 500,000 subscribers got hit with inauthentic content as well. This neuro guy as well. I don't know who he is, but he got hit. I know the flash. Look, it looks like the flash gosh that get taken down here. But there's been a variety of various different people that got hit within the past 24 hours. That roughly seem to be within the same kind of angle of content creation, right-leaning some sorts, kind of. There. You would think YouTube would have the option to speak to American humans, say $500 or $1,000. Creators were originally paid that, I think. I mean, it's a good monetization scheme. However, I don't think you should pay YouTube to talk to an actual real human being when it should be already filled with real human beings here, or at least like you have an option to, like, if they're going to use AI, which AI is advancing at rapid paces, and AI can be good for some basic stuff, right? If you can use the AI for like minimal things or for basic things, and then have an option for somebody to actually talk to a real human, like that's how it should be. You shouldn't have to fucking pay the platform that's paying you to make content, because YouTube's whole monetization scheme is that you, the creator, are making content that other people around the world want to see. That's why they pay creators. That's why they're the biggest platform in the world, or one of the biggest platforms in the world, I should say. Because like there's random people like me, like Broken Crown, like others, who are just making random shit, and people like the content for whatever reason, and that generates money for YouTube through advertisements. Like, it's a win-win overall. We get paid for making the content, for YouTube to get the money from the content that we're creating. We shouldn't have to talk to a real fucking human being to make sure our channels get monetized for content that we're creating for YouTube's benefits. Like, Tactical Templar has been covering the demonetization issue surprisingly well. I don't really know him. I know apparently he's been in chat a couple times, but I've heard good things about him. There. Aiden, I just can't end anymore. I mean, I get if you don't really care for like Aiden Paladin or Spoon because of their politics, right? Like, I get if you disagree with them for whatever reason, and I don't agree with them on everything too. Like with this whole Trump assassination attempt. Last I heard, this was a couple days ago when it happened. They're in the camp that thinks it's staged. Personally, I disagree. But like, they're still nice people. They're still good people, and they still don't deserve to have their channel demonetized because of inauthentic content, saying that they're using AI for their things. Like, it's just YouTube's own AI going crazy and demonetizing people just because, and they're not actually doing anything about it. In fact, Yellow Flash here, has said that despite the damage being done to creators, YouTube plans to just ride out their AI moderation problems. I've been told they know what's going on and don't plan to stop using it. So, if his source is correct, which I assume so, because he's a big creator and really big YouTube channels do have an inside man within YouTube, they know about the problem with their AI moderation just randomly demonetizing a bunch of channels. It's because it's been going on for a while now. It's just finally kind of hitting, close to home. And they still don't care. They still don't care. I hate YouTube so much. This is why I'm constantly pushing for Kick and Rumble. Like, it's just because obviously YouTube is the main platform. It is a good platform. I still like YouTube for what it is, right? But after seeing all my favorite channels get demonetized way back in like 2016, and there were 2018, and then 2020 obviously with the whole COVID bullshit too. Like, I know it's not exactly a safe, right? It's not a long-term place to kind of stay, because eventually, if you are on a certain side of the aisle, they will come for you and ruin your livelihood, because at a certain point, it does become a job to make content. And it's a good job to have. Obviously, it's better than a 9-to-5 office thing or construction or something along those lines. But it's still a job nonetheless, and they're killing people's livelihoods with it. Once again, YouTube benefits from content creators making shit on their site. And if they keep on demonetizing people for making shit on their site, they're just gonna go elsewhere. Which, speaking of which, they did make a Rumble. Sorry, and they also made a Kick as well. I can't show the Kick because Firefox and Kick don't like each other. For some reason, at least on my computer. Yeah, it does this for some reason. I don't know why. I don't fucking know why. On my Firefox browser. But they made a Kick and then they made a Rumble. So if you like them, right? If you like Spoon and Aiden and their podcast, go there, because they're not gonna stream on YouTube anymore because they're demonetized. Fuck YouTube. So go check them out there. In fact, let me share the links. I had them in one of the tabs. One of the tabs I had the link. Apparently none of the tabs. Here. No, I didn't actually want to click it because I knew it's all fucked up. Well, I guess I could do this. There. Yeah, I need to switch over to Brave. Somebody was helping me out. Someone within Discord server was trying to help me switch to the Brave. And I was working on it, but then the Trump assassination attempt happened. And I collected like 1 million tabs over the assassination attempt, so I haven't actually completely switched over to Brave yet, because I had all my tabs on Firefox for the assassination attempts. Here. And yeah. Hey, listen. I'll switch to Brave eventually. There's a link for both their Kick and their Rumble, so go follow them there for their weekly podcast. Didn't Peter Thiel, the Palantir guy, invest in the Kick? No, that was Rumble. But only one. Well, apparently it's like only once or twice, as like an investment fund thing. So it's not like he's like personally in hand with Rumble. And it's still a better free speech platform than YouTube is. You can at least say the N-word over there. And that's my qualifier for free speech, is being able to say the N-word. So it's a good platform still, and it's the closest YouTube alternative where you upload videos and can live stream on it, versus Kick is just a pure live streaming platform. Brave elements, I know! I'm just retarded, okay? I'm just retarded. Okay. I wanted to get the way as a PSA, since I am friends with Aiden and Spoon here. So what was this tab? What was this tab here? Okay, basically went over what I already went over too. As far as I know. Yeah. Okay. Now let's actually get into the meat of today's topic. Trump's third assassination attempt. Yes, it is now the third assassination attempt, boys. Welcome to the year of our Lord 2026, where political violence is perfectly normalized and justified. Within one side of the aisle, of course. One side of the aisle, of course. Obviously, the most infamous one was back in June or July of 2024, right before the actual election happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he got shot in the ear, and that infamous photo occurred, where he looked fucking badass, raising his fist into the air and being carried by the Secret Service agents, and then saying fight, 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 fight. Man, that was a time to be alive. That was almost 2 years ago, and that was a whole, wow, has it been almost 2 years ago? Because we're getting to May now. It's been almost 2 years. That feels just like yesterday. I'm getting old. Okay. I'm gonna try to. Okay, I'm about to have a midlife crisis right now. Hold on. Okay, back to the topic at hand before I start freaking out. It's been 2 years. Hag, kill yourself. Okay. And then there was one a couple months ago. That occurred. I had it in the tab over here. I have too many tabs. I went actually through this, and there we go. And got rid of a lot of them. But yeah, 2 months ago, Austin Tucker Martin was shot dead by Secret Service after breaching security in Mar-a-Lago because he wanted to kill President Trump. He called Trump a rapist and a pedo, was obsessed with Epstein and list, just like Cole Allen. Which every time I see this guy's picture, I get a double take because he looks almost exactly like somebody I saw a guy I knew in high school. And it's like, okay, what the fuck? Secret Service killed shotgun-wielding man at Trump's Mar-a-Lago after he broke through security perimeter. This is back in February. Austin Tucker Martin, gunman shot dead by Secret Service Mar-a-Lago, was obsessed with Epstein files report. Apparently this is a text between him and somebody else. I don't know if he read up on the Epstein files, but the evil's real and unmistakable. The best people like you and I can do is use what little influence we have, tell the people about what you hear about the Epstein files and what the government's doing about it, raise awareness. I mean, not exactly a bad thing to do. Like, that's basically the point of my channel, right? Talking about the news, raising awareness of various different things, too. But it's one thing to raise awareness, another thing they try to assassinate the president. And now we got a third one. A third one occurring. Or attempted on Saturday. I was playing a game, because, believe it or not, I do actually play games on this channel from time to time. When it happened. And I did pause the game to cover it briefly when it was just breaking news, right? Red hot out of the oven. But I wanted to wait until today to cover it more extensively because I don't really care for ambulance chasing to a certain degree. I don't like sitting there constantly refreshing the page for more details. I'm a little bit OCD. I like having tabs to go through and in like a specific order of events and everything. But this was the video we watched on Saturday. I'll play it again for everyone tonight. The description is technically wrong. The shooter has been was detained. He didn't actually die. Oh, this is what I mean, like ambulance chasing, right? Because when this came out, like this was like I saw this tweet like 20 minutes after it was posted. So, like roughly on it, and I read it out on Saturday, and then obviously now it's fake news because the shooter was actually detained instead of died. Yeah, that once again, that's the problem with ambulance chasing there, but it has its pros and cons to go with it. I will play this video again. It's really fucking quiet though, but I will do my best to make it a bit louder. Here, let me go into the little settings on OBS to... Okay, little Enwa. Come on. Come on. Let me molest you. Let me increase the volume here. OBS updated, and now I don't know how to change this, because I haven't done it before. I mean, I kind of have tried, but then I kind of gave up. Where is it? Application audio capture. Thank you. Can I please increase the volume? Is that allowed? That's not allowed. Professional streamer! At your service! Okay, well, you're gonna have to just take it up the ass, chat. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to actually properly make it louder. So deal with it. And that the knocking in the background that you barely probably heard, that was in fact the 5 gunshots. Then all of a sudden, everything's like, oh shit, something's happening right now. JD Vance gets swept away. And now they're going after Trump. He gets sent to the back room. And Secret Service is there to kind of protect, and then there's people just sitting there awkwardly trying to hide behind the tables. Like, they're not actually, like... I get they're in nice suits and dresses, because they're at this White House Correspondents' dinner. Excuse me. But if there's a shooter happening, I would hide underneath the table. Instead of this, like, half-ass head above the table thing, you look like an easy target. Like, your melon is just sticking up like a sore thumb right here. And there's this one Chad in this little corner here by my ears and horns, just sitting there like, whatever. Everyone's just overreacting. I say Chad, but also a little bit suicidal, because, like... Come on. Come on. You hear gunshots. It was an active shooter. Trump's like one of the presidents of all times to get the most assassination attempts on him. And we still have 2 years left in his presidency. I would be kind of hiding just to be on the safe side. First thing I hear when I turn on a mall streams, a mall of all people complaining about being old. Ouch. Listen, the fact that the year one, right, the Butler of Pennsylvania, was almost 2 years ago. 2 years ago! Time sure flies when you're having fun. It's very real, which is why it takes the president, everyone in that room, and Secret Service a whole 30 seconds to react. Well, yeah. Like... I'm not one who believes this is, like, staged. If it's, like... Because you have to, like, when it comes to serious life-threatening events like this, there's something called the fight or flight reaction here. And a lot of people's is actually, you know... Actually, there's also a third one, freeze, happening. And when you hear the kind of gunshots, which the video is really quiet, but it sounds kind of like a knocking sound occurring. And then you have to kind of wait until, like, Secret Service is, like, telling you what's happening. Like, we don't know what's happening in this moment, because all of a sudden you hear these, like, weird noises in the background that sound off. But then you don't know what's happening. You're the president, so you have to kind of keep her cool, because obviously the camera's constantly on you, right? You don't want the president freaking out over nothing. Like, it was just the wind. So the Secret Service has to come in and take him away for it. Like, you can see Melania's actual reactions. What I used for the thumbnail because it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny, not gonna lie. Um, like she's actively freaking out with her mouth open. She's like, "Oh my god!" Like this other woman too is starting to freak out. Uh, they all kind of are, and then Trump's just kind of sitting there like, "Yep, it just kind of happens. Just kind of happens, right?" You know, just like, "Oh, it's just the third time, just the third time." They have the tendency to just kind of do this to me. Yeah, but the women are freaking out because they're women. Those women always freak out about everything. All the noise from the chatter plus band and the shots in the entire separate room or two, it's hard to be sure right away. Yeah, like the video itself is really quiet, but you can definitely hear the clattering of the plates. You can hear the chatter of people talking. There's music going on. Like there's lots of things happening that makes it very confusing, which is what Secret Service is supposed to be there for, to kind of direct the president to tell him what's actually happening to occur and protect them. Because if he makes the wrong decision, then he can look like a fool. Mm. Trump is there thinking first time, yeah. That's why I made it the YouTube thumbnail. Because it's just like it's just her. I know it's an assassination attempt, so I shouldn't be laughing, but at the same time, it's still a little bit funny. Just the yin and the yang happening here, right? The black versus white reaction. Just her, just like, oh my god, and Trump's been like, yep, it tends to happen. Yeah, first time. Yeah. Trump might be thinking he has some sort of mystical protection at this time, considering that what has already happened. Yeah. Not at this point. I would probably say the first time when he got shot in the ear, that was literally a miracle. That was like one of the couple times in my life where I'm like, man, maybe God actually is real. Like, not even joking. Not even joking. Like, thinking to myself, holy shit, maybe God is real. Because the fact that it was milliseconds and millimeters, actually, away from him, because he turned his head at the right time to look at the projection over there at the rally, was nothing sort of a miracle within itself. Like, yeah, he probably does have divine protection. And that, I do believe the first attempt, where he did get shot in the ear, that, that was like a calling from God. Like, that was like, that got him the presidency in the bag. Like, that guaranteed him winning the election. I do firmly believe it. One, because he was almost assassinated, and so he's kind of the underdog in that situation, right? Like, come on. Like, the fact that he is so hated by half the country and so beloved by the other half of the country that he's almost about to get assassinated. Okay, yeah, that shows how crazy the left is in general. And then that picture of him with his fist up, with the blood going down him, and then the whole video of him going fight, 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 fight. The brass balls on the man to get shot in the ear, and his first reaction is to pump his fist in the air and say fight, fight, fight. Yeah, that got him the election immediately. That's a huge aura going on there. Um. Which is honestly makes his presidency such a shame as it is, because as critical as I am about Trump, right? Because I'm critical of Trump from the right, not the left. If it's not obvious enough, right? Like, I want mass deportations. I want a complete immigration moratorium, which I knew that's not exactly that was going to be happening, but I wanted everything Trump was promising during his campaign trail that was going down. Mass deportations, lower taxes, Doge, various other things that he was campaigning on there. And almost all of them have either been half-assed or completely wiped off the table. And also, I'm further right than that, so I want even more things happening, like a moratorium on legal migration, completely cutting the H-1B program, and visa programs in general. There's a whole variety of different things. We're removing the woman's right to vote, which I know is not going to be happening anytime soon, and definitely not under Trump, right? I know a lot of my ideals are not going to be possible under the Trump administration, but I was still hoping that maybe like the stepping stone to actually getting some of that stuff done, which for the most part, hasn't really happened, which makes it all the more frustrating. But he's still a million times better than Kamala is, or any of the Democrats are, and general. I don't want him to be assassinated. Like, the fact there's a third attempt on him is abysmal. Like, seriously, like... Oh, there was a post... I should have got this tab up, but I didn't. There was a post where somebody went through the list of all the presidential assassination attempts and successful ones, like JFK and Abraham Lincoln, right? And, like, and tallied them kind of all up. And more intrinsic detail. And Trump's almost the president with the most attempts on him. He's still got another 2 more years. So there's probably going to be a few more. Like, one of these days, one of them's going to be successful. But I don't want that to happen. Like, because I don't want him to die. Like, I don't wish death on people. Like, not actual genuine death threats or anything like that. That's abysmal. I wish Trump was a dictator leftist fearmongered about. Me too. Me too. America would be so much better if Trump was as half as evil as the left claims that he actually is. The security incidents following Donald Trump Wikipedia page indicates there are probably more than 3 attempts. We're talking like 3 like actual very close call events here, because there's been other ones too. Like there was one after the ear one in Butler, Pennsylvania, like a month later, or maybe a couple months later, if I remember correctly, where Trump was out golfing and they found a guy in the bushes with a gun. Nothing happened. There's no shots fired, but they found a guy in the bushes with a gun, getting ready to be set up to fire at Trump. So like that kind of counts as attempts, but we're talking about like actual close calls with this case. First one being in the ear, the other one Mar-a-Lago was a pretty close call. This one with the shots being fired at the ballroom, just a few feet away. That kind of deal. But like he's had many attempts. Plus there's a couple in his first term. Like it's insane. And it's like, huh. I feel like, and it's only coming from one side too, with all this violence. I feel like there's a common denominator. Criticizing policy does not mean wishing for the destruction of the country, like the left ones. Yes. I don't understand this corner of the right that is happening, where it's like, yeah, vote for Democrats to punish the Republicans. Why? What are you retarded? Like, yeah, I hate the rhinos. Yeah, I wish Trump was half as bad as the left thought he was, or at least he did at least half the things he campaigned upon, right? But Democrats are going to make things a million times worse. They're going to open the border once again like they did under Biden and flood the country even more so. We're already 55% white. When the boomers die off, that's going to do a sharp decline into the 30s. Low 40s into the 30s once the boomers die off, which unfortunately they are on the way out. Trust me, my dad's a literal boomer. I know. And that's going to be abysmal. Then you want to let the Democrats flood more people in? They're not going to stop legal migration. They love legal migration. Look at Ilhan Omar. Look at Zoran Mandami. They're prime examples of legal migration coming in and snaking their way and ruining everything. That voting for Democrats is absolutely retarded. Anybody who actually says that is subversive as fuck, 80 IQ or lower, or just completely just disingenuous. Like, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. There. But back to the assassination attempt. Here's another angle of it. This time with my husband JD Vance front and center. I will change his race mixing ways one eventually. Okay. Literally dragged off the stage. It is a bit strange that JD Vance was dragged off the stage first, and then Trump was kind of like a good, 5 to 10 seconds later before he's kind of like carried off into the back here. And having the poor man crawl on the ground, which I mean makes sense. Did he fall? Oh, he actually fucking fell. I mean, he's old, but still. I mean, if the president gets assassinated, then the VP goes into the role. And JD Vance is a lot younger than Trump. But the president is the president regardless. I figured he would be the higher priority. See, this bitch is doing the right thing. She's actually hiding underneath the table. Finally, a woman with common sense. I kind of feel bad for him. He is getting old like that, falling like that, but he's also being dragged away by Secret Service and covered by them at the same time. She's just crawling on the ground to get away. I can't blame her for that. Guess Vance is the next right-wing candidate then? Oh yeah, Vance is definitely going to be for 2028 unless something crazy changes in the next 2 years, which is possible, right? A lot can happen in 2 years. A lot can happen. Also, not a lot can happen in 2 years too. But, like, it's definitely going to be Vance. Like, if I was a betting man, it would be on Vance. I'm trying to get him away. Different security teams and plans. Trump is older, cannot move quickly. He had a stag surround him, and they waited for tactical response team to provide cover. That makes sense. That makes sense. Secret Service is not going to wait until one goes first and getting his protectees kind of get to your principal and get him out. It's not coordinated. But makes sense as well since this is a last minute scramble. Oh shit, things are going down, right? Like, they just know to, like, get the big figureheads out of there. But they also don't know what's happening at the same time. So, and JD Vance was in the military, so he was already kind of prepared. Like, you can tell, like, he already had his seat kind of pushed out, and, like, he was already, like, already working his way to get up, and they just kind of helped drag him a little bit more. I mean, Trump's been assassinated attempts a few times as well, but they already surrounded him. On Saturday, when we were doing the whole little bit of breaking news thing, I applauded this guy who actually stands in front of Trump. And I think the other video, does it show it as well? Here? Yeah, this one kind of does. There's this guy here that actually stands in front of Trump, waiting until he actually does get taken there, which is... Whew, buddy, the full honor for that guy, for being that guy to stand right in front of Trump. Because everybody in Secret Service obviously is risking their life. But to be the guy to stand in front of the president to protect him with your own body... As a sense of duty and honor that me as a woman will never understand properly. Like, I can get the logic behind it. I can understand it from the surface level, but the deep down, the kind of soldier's pride that men have when it comes to a role like this, as a woman, I will never understand, and it will always kind of astound me when it does happen like this. So kudos to him for being that person. It's best to evacuate because no one knew the man planted a bomb or anything. Oh yeah, like, evacuation is definitely the best bet. The reason why I was praising her for going to the table, though, is because of these people in this video just, like, poking their heads out. I get they're curious when it's going to see what's going on, but your heads are easy targets, especially in a dark setting like this when you're white, the ground and the suit you're wearing is black. You just a simple pop. It's like a balloon. Easy target there. Versus the woman, we're actually trying to go underneath the table. Like, yes, somebody can shoot underneath the table. Yeah, there might be a bomb. And things like that, but going underneath the table is not exactly a bad cover. It's better than sitting there. It's better than sitting there. And then Trump did make a True Social post right after it happened. Quit eating DC, Secret Service, and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but highly be guided by law enforcement. They'll make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. So, the White House Correspondents' Ball, the gala, was canceled after this, reasonably so. Trump did actually want to go ahead with it, but it didn't actually happen. He did do a press conference after it, but it's like a half an hour long, and I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. We're not gonna watch the whole half an hour thing. But there is this clip where he talks about the ballroom, and which is a bit important.
A particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
So, both people on the right and the left are saying that this assassination attempt was staged to try to get more public support for the ballroom. Because there's no actual ballroom within the White House currently. It's actually being built as we speak. And to do little correspondence meetings and dinners like this or other galas and events, they have to go elsewhere. The assassination attempt was at a Hilton hotel that they did this. And so Trump wants a ballroom, that way they don't actually have to go to these hotels. I do not think it's I don't think this is staged, pure and simple, okay? Like, it's very, very straightforward. I do not think this is staged. And I am actually not against the ballroom either. Like, when a ballroom was announced months ago about this, I wasn't actually against it. Like, I don't mind my tax dollars going towards this. We have an epidemic of lack of actually aesthetically themed buildings in general. Just go look at the courthouses in small towns, or the White House itself, or like old pictures of New York City and Chicago back when they were white majority. Like, we used to actually have the aesthetics. We used to have grandeur. We used to actually know how to build things and architecture. I'm not against the ballroom, and in fact, I'm kind of okay with my taxes going towards it, because I do see the logical reasons why that the president needs this. So he doesn't have to go to a Hilton hotel to have these events. A place where there's bulletproof glass, drone, and like I said, it's drone safe, and various other security measures makes perfectly logical sense. I'm okay with my tax dollars going to it. I would be a lot happier if my tax dollars were going towards mass deportations. But I'd rather my tax dollars go to building a ballroom for the president to have events like these meetings and correspondence things, or officials from around the world, various things like that, than funding LGBTQA+ gender theory and some Middle Eastern backwater land. Well, actually, they don't even have water, so I can't even say backwater, right? Some sort of shithole like the US aid program was doing for such a long time, right? Or like giving Somalians welfare programs, or blacks with EBT, various stuff like that, right? Like, I'm okay with my taxes going towards this. The problem is my taxes are going towards a bunch of other bullshit too. But I don't think it's staged to sell the ballroom. The ballroom was already being built. Like, the ballroom's already in the process of being built. Not to mention, most of the public doesn't care about the ballroom. He doesn't need public support for the ballroom. He needs public support for our Iran war, which is all over the place. Like, I can maybe see the conspiracy theory of the whole, oh, well, this is just to distract people from the Iran war, because it is not a very popular subject for him. But it's also still Trump. The left still vehemently hates him. They still want him dead. Like, this is not that surprising there's another attempt on him. Like, it doesn't have to be staged for selling a ballroom. Like, there's logical reasons there. Like, it's just the left. They're violent. It's that simple. The ballroom is privately funded, I believe. Also that factor too. Thank you, chat, for reminding me about it. Yeah, the ballroom is privately funded, which, if anything, is actually a little bit more suspicious, because that means if it's being privately funded, that means Trump owes these people like a favor for it. which you don't exactly want the president to be owing people favors. I actually kind of rather it be my tax dollars in that case. That way, like, it's actually owned by me, the people, because we paid for it. But at the same time, less taxes. You would hope less taxes, because one less thing that the money's being spent on. There's pros and cons to being privately funded versus taxpayer funded. Regardless, the ballroom's not a bad thing, and he doesn't need public support to making it, and it's already being built. Like, as somebody who does like wearing tinfoil and does like conspiracy theories, who is not a fan about how Trump is so loyal to Israel, there are certain things that are a little bit too far for even me. Like, I saw somebody, I didn't pull this clip up because I was trying to keep things relatively succinct when covering the Trump assassination stuff tonight, because a bunch of other people have done it already, because, you know, it happened on Saturday, plus there's other stuff I want to talk about too. But there was one thing here, where Trump was talking about how, yeah, he's had the most assassination attempts or something like that. And my whole point was, well, it's been mainstream media and the NGOs have been pushing narrative that he's the second coming of Hitler for so long. And somebody was just like, oh, do you see now that he's not actually a double agent, or something along those lines too? I don't mean to call that person out specifically, so I'm not going to get their tweet pulled up. But it's just like, I can recognize that he's got way too close of a relationship with Israel. Right? That like he's the fact that the official White House website about the Iran war literally says in it that took part of the Iran war on behalf of Israel. Like that. Okay, I can recognize that Trump is serving Israel's interest over American interest, and still also recognize the fact that the left still hates him and still thinks him as Hitler and still wants him dead. Like, you can hold the same position. I don't want the man assassinated, even though I'm upset with him and his relation with Israel. I don't want him dead. I'm not a leftist, but I can still, like, I don't know why this is, like, I don't know why people, why it's hard to have two different, like, to have different beliefs, right? I can have some of the more, let's say, extreme positions, right, about being anti-Semitic and being anti-Zionist, being anti-Israel, whatever label you want to put on me, and still not want the guy dead, to still recognize that the left hates his fucking guts, and the mainstream media has been pushing non-stop propaganda for 10 years now to help cause these assassination attempts to occur. Like, both can be true at the same time. Why? Chat, why is it, why can't I hold both positions? I don't get it. I don't get it. Do you think the next Democrat president won't use the ballroom? Please. Oh yeah, they'll be happy to use it. Absolutely happy. I mean, it's a ballroom. They're totally gonna use it. It's been paid for and taken care of. The Democrats are just trying to use it as an excuse to be like, oh, we're using these taxpayers on this, suck his own dick off, blah, 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 blah. Retarded. Two things can be true at once. Thank you. There. Trump's been so gained so much aggro from the left. He's a perfect tank despite everything. Yeah. Like, when stuff like this happens, it's like, well, now I have to let the guy more here. I guess PSYOP, Amal guess is real. I say it's real. He's had so many attempts on him. Like, okay, let's actually go into the shooter himself. The details on the shooter himself here. Actually, hold on. I forgot. How could I forget? I have a ton of tabs about this. But there's also this security footage of him going like supersonic. Naruto running through the hallway here.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitor who's there?
Zoom!
Shall I post it as soon as he passed down?
18, go for
And now he is, stripped naked, lying prone on the floor, about to get ass raped by Secret Service and the security there. But it's just the fact they're kind of like loitering around, and then he just goes,
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
I gotta go fast. Whee! Like he is zooming. Whoop, whoo! Like they had a very slow reaction for somebody going through like this. Very slow reaction. There's been reports that the service, that the security was really lax for this. I don't know how true it is, because it's becoming from women that have ties elsewhere that are not exactly trustworthy, and they're also women, and so opinion disregarded. So I didn't really pull up any tabs or examples about it, but still, like, whew. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun looking at this. I know I shouldn't, because it's assassination attempt, right? But this guy right here, notice the guy running through, and then he like jumps up a little bit and does like a skip to grab his gun. I mean, it kind of looks like it could be the blurry quality here, but it's like he's doing a little dance. Okay, I need to be a little bit serious. I'm sorry. It's those African genes going through him to become a fast runner here. But it's if anything, more reason to have the ballroom so they don't have to use a fucking Hilton hotel for this shit. Which I guess, like it leads to credibility for the whole stage thing, but like it doesn't. I still don't think it's staged. I haven't verified if this is true or not, but I read that Trump's basically never done these correspondent dinners before. He always avoids them, but now the one time that he did it, there's assassination attempt, which on one hand you could say is a little bit sussy-wussy. On the other hand, it's a good reason for he hasn't done this before too, because it is at a Hilton hotel. Like there's like, I mentioned this on Saturday, but unless they actually buy out all the rooms, they're still guests, right? Like there's a massive security risk of doing it in a public hotel, where there's other people that are guests there, unless they buy out the hotel, which supposedly they don't do that kind of stuff for this thing. So it's like, okay, what? Like I don't know. It just seems too risky. It just seems way too risky. Humor is allowed because no one died. True. It's a lot easier to joke about these things when nobody actually died. It's a frustrating state of affairs. Trump isn't nearly brutal enough to put these enemies on the other side once as dead. Yeah. Yeah. You can say that again. You're correct, Mom. When I saw that footage and the way that guy jumped had me dead for a couple minutes, the movement made no sense. Lol. It's like a cat. It reminds me of a cat. You know when like a cat gets scared and they kind of like jump up and turn into like a string with how skinny they are with their arched back, and then they like land and they like get into a weird pose. It's like a cat. Wee wee. Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do this. Here. So the DC police chief confirms that the White House correspondent's shooter was armed with multiple weapons, including a shotgun and other stuff, which is why they had to strip him. Rape his ass.
For the correspondence dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation.
I get they had a checkpoint, but okay. Pardon my ignorance here. But isn't there something like, don't they have portable, like, metal detectors? Like, there has to be, like, portable metal detectors these days, right? Or at least somebody staying at the door, at the main door of the hotel, with a little wand thingy going up and down. Like, if there's gonna be guests at this hotel, and it's the one night that they have a correspondence dinner, where the President of the United States, okay? The president of the United fucking States, the leader of the free world, the world hegemon, okay, is doing this dinner thing. The guests for one night can suffer being one baton waved for metal detecting screens at the very entrance of the hotel just to be on the safe side. Alright, and they don't want to do the whole wands thing. Surely they can set up a little thing to be at the very, like, entrance of it, like they do for TSA, at airports, right? There has to be something along those lines. Something along those lines, right? At the entrance, the fact that he was able to walk into the hotel with the shotgun and the handgun and the knives, and then have to go into the right direction of the hotel to get to the ballroom area before getting to a checkpoint, and then he just sonic blasts through it, is absolutely retarded. Absolutely retarded. Like, I can't exactly, even though I personally do not think this is staged, I can't blame people for thinking it because of how lax the security sounds. Because this doesn't make logical sense. It's the president of the United fucking States at a Hilton hotel. What are we doing here?
At this point, we do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Site detail for the course.
You had to search every guest in a posh hotel? That's fine. I mean, once again, this is more argument to have the ballroom, in my opinion, if they don't want to intrude upon people. Like, if the president of the United States is holding a ballroom event and I'm staying at the hotel, I would be like, oh shit. Okay then. Yeah, search me down, daddy, I guess. And as if the president's having an event there, then I would expect that kind of level of security. He's already in the hotel. He arrived a day earlier. They're disassembling the detector. Oh. Well, if he was actually already in the hotel, and he's able to sneak that stuff in beforehand, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Because I'm just imagining the guy just walking through. It just doesn't make sense. There has to be better security. Has to be better security. It's good that you're trying to be level-headed on this while also speculating on it being staged. Well, I'm trying to be reasonable here. I know it's impossible because I'm a woman, right? Right? And a woman opinion, get rejected. I'm trying to be relatively reasonable and kind of see, like, both sides here. Because I can't blame the people for thinking it's staged to a certain degree because of the absurdity of this. But if the guy did come in a day or two before the event, was able to sneak the stuff in, that makes a lot more sense. Also, still, more argument for the ballroom, too. Like, I don't think it's staged, but... And I don't think it's more advocacy for more of the ballroom, but it's a good argument for it. There. Hotel security is almost non-existent at every location. Well, that makes sense for regular hotels. But when the president is there, the president just doesn't. It doesn't make sense in that case. There. And here's the shooter's manifesto. Because everyone leaves a manifesto. Especially when they commit suicide like this, because it's basically what this guy did by ruining his life. By trying to assassinate the president. Hello, everybody! Hello, my wholesome chungus. How are you doing today? So, I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. Hardy hard har har. Wow, that's such a great joke there. Most Wanted. I like usually usually Most Wanted means that you got away with the crime and the law's trying to chase after you. It means you're successful and you're trying to escape the law. I don't think being stripped down with aluminum covering you is being successful. I'm more concerned about his asshole at this point. Jesus Christ. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER. But I can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. At least he's self-aware, chat. I apologize to all the people I travel next to, all the workers who handle my luggage, and to all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. At least he's sympathetic, right? He's a good, wholesome Chungus. I apologize to everyone who's been abused and or murdered before this. To all who suffered because before I was able to attempt this. To all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. See? He's a good person, chat. His manifesto before trying to assassinate the President of the United States. He's apologizing for people, for hurting them, or possibly hurting them, or could be hurt after him. You know, because he cares about people. He's got a big heart full of lots of love before he assassinates the President of the United States. This is the left for you. This is the left, thinking that they are the party, the side of love and care and wholesomeness before they try to assassinate the president. The irony is on levels that I cannot even compute. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. Guys, look at one with how much he apologizes. I'm sorry. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. Yeah, it's a shame. You should have been back to Liberia. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, a rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. The traitor I can maybe kind of agree with Israel involvement. But that's still, like, come on, man. Really? The pedophile and the rapist? Really? Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this was the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. I like the youth of the parentheses. I feel like I'm being represented here. Like how many times he uses the parentheses to have his little secret thoughts. Because I do that whenever I'm right to somebody. The mods can confirm. GM can confirm. The editor can confirm. Everybody I talk to in DMs can confirm. If you get into a long enough conversation with me, the amount of times that I do little parentheses with like the autistic thought within the thought thing, I do that all the time. I'm feeling represented by a would-be assassin. Oh my god, hell yeah. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from the highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes with people up who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, AKA unless they shoot me. Capitol Police, same as Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. Listen, I'm not trying to give advice on how to assassinate the president. But he is really trying to do this whole wholesome Chungus thing. To be like, I'm not trying to hurt anybody other than assassinate the president of the United States, so I'm going to use buckshots instead of slugs. Like, aren't I such a good person for, you know, trying to minimize casualties as I try to assassinate the president of the United States? This is so dumb. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor, and are thus complicit, but I really hope that doesn't come to that. So Reddit, am I the asshole? Yes. Yes, like, that's... That's basically what the manifesto is. You can't make this shit up. But I want to go back on the point that the administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. So, the FBI director is not included? Like, that doesn't make any logical sense to me, personally. What could the FBI director be different to the rest of the Trump administration here? Like, that's... Is it because he might be, dare I say, brown? Because that's my fucking guess. Like, I get I'm the resident racist here. But at this point, Patel's basically the only brownoid there. Unless you want to count Tulsi Gabbard. But, like, she's been AWOL. And she's Hawaiian, so I'm not sure if that really counts. But Patel is Indian. The rest of them are white Americans. Why would the FBI director not be included when the FBI, if you're trying to assassinate the president and you somehow manage to escape, which no reasonable person thinks he would be going after you? Like, that's literally the only excuse I can think of is because he's brown, and this assassin, this Cole Allen guy is a massive leftist. He is your cookie cutter, far left, radical, not say radical, right? Because the Democrats are all the same these days. Democrat voter. He's also mixed. He's on the lighter skin of mixed, but he's definitely mixed. Here, like, so he's following identity politics. Like, that's the only excuse for Mr. Patel, which is awful, in my opinion. Like, okay, great. I'm not saying that Kash Patel should get assassinated, because I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, oh, Amalgamyte is saying that Kash Patel should be assassinated. No. I'm not trying to make that point. But if you truly are going after administration officials from highest ranking to lowest, you should not be making the exceptions for the FBI director because he's brown. He's still the FBI director. Because he's an FBI asset. If he was a good asset, then he would actually try to go after the FBI director as part of the whole, like, op, right? Like, that would make the most logical sense that he would try to, you know, maybe he would include, he wouldn't say it in his manifesto that he wouldn't try to shoot Kash Patel. Like, in the scenario where he was a little bit more successful, like, and he got there in the ballroom and started shooting, he would aim for everybody, but, like, accidentally miss Kash Patel. Like, that would be, like, so we can say he missed, but, like, he still went through with the act. That would be the logical reasoning there if he was actually going to do it. I don't think this guy's an FBI asset. I think he's just a typical leftist, specifically because he's mixed, who's involved with identity politics and sees a fellow brownoid and wants to free him from his chains of the evil Trump administration. Do you think he gets a death penalty or life in prison? I'm guessing the latter. I hope he gets a death penalty. I know Trump's talked about bringing back the death penalty. I know they recently are bringing back the firing squad. So part of me hopes he gets a death penalty. I unfortunately think he's probably going to get life in prison because we just do that way too much. But I'm hoping he gets death penalty. So I guess 50-50? To 60-40 there? Well, it's like the Family Guy meme with skin tone chart for response to crime. Literally, yes. Ah, white American works in the Trump administration? They must die. Oh, brownoid works in the Trump administration? They must live. I'd rather just use the skin tone chart for deportations. That's how I want to use it, okay? Believe it or not, the radical anti-Semitic racist transphobic VTuber doesn't want people dead. But she just wants the skin tone to be for deportations, because they are the moderate solution. That's how I want it used for. We don't get enough executions in the first world countries. We don't. We need to bring them back. We need to bring back the death penalty across the board. And televise it too. A big good way to, and one, entertain people, and two, disincentivize them for doing shitty stuff. Also, I gotta blow my nose. Give me a second. Okay. What's this tab? Ah! Speaking of more recent news about him, a couple hours before stream, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old suspect in the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting, appeared in federal court today. He faces 3 charges, including attempted assassination of the president. The other one's for a firearm. If I remember correctly, it was a trying to use a firearm for, you know, murder, deadly force, or something along those lines. And the other one was around the same lines too. Either way, he's getting time in federal prison, with the attempted assassination of the president having the lifetime on him. He's fucked. Reasonably so. Just what happens when, you know, you do try to assassinate the president there. But a bit more details about this Cole Allen guy and why he is a Democrat. Which I called it, right? On Saturday's stream, about the assassination, I just automatically assumed it was a leftist, and somebody in chat corrected me, being like, well, technically we don't know yet. I'm like, yeah, technically we don't know, but, like, let's be honest here, it probably is. Yep, sure enough, imagine my shock, as a leftist. His name's Cole Allen, he's 31, a teacher from Torrance, California. He, donated $25 to the Kamala Harris 2024 campaign here. He is also Teacher of the Month, too, in December 2024. And Torrance, California. Here's his donation, $25. Earmarked for Harris for president. There's a little graduation thingy from TWAS 2025. Young, bright man with future ahead of him gets ass raped on the hotel floor. Cole Thomas Allen, Engineering. Caltech 2013-2017, Master Computer Science 2025. So this guy is actually smart, especially for being mixed. He is on the lighter skin too. But like, this guy is actually like decently smart. The guy's degree. I mean, it is California. He is brown, so he probably went on some sort of bunch of scholarships and was led on DEI principles, and then May was getting like lighter grading because he is brown. That's just how they work. So how smart he actually is a little bit questionable, but at the same time, he's not a dimwit, right? He's not a gang member on the Chicago suburbs or anything like that. Like, the guy's all clean cut, and for being mixed, actually pretty well for himself. Minus the fact he tries to assassinate the president. His LinkedIn and mechanical engineering at Caltech, master's in computer science at Dominguez Hills Research Fellowship at NASA, which does show that he's at least a decently high IQ, even with DI programs, and also an indie game dev. So there's him again. Where's LinkedIn? Here's his teacher, part-time, C2 education, March 2020 present. Indie game developer, which is questionable, mechanical engineer, teaching assistant at Caltech 2016-2017. Like, for all intents and purposes, this guy should be, like, doing well for himself. He should not be trying to assassinate the president. Here's his game called Boredom, which you can still find on Steam, though the discussions and reviews are hilarious. Trump won. Liberals lost. Trump survives once against total destruction of the American empire, but Chairman Trump will continue. The game's name called Board. It got delisted. Damn. I was half tempted to buy it and play it on Steam and stream sometime. I'm sad. But no post for years, not 20 an hour, what the fuck? And then what Norwood level do I need to be to properly play this game? Trump won, 20 plus posts, 0 guides, don't buy, abandon the game. Is this game woke? So glad this game isn't violent. Can I give a shot to this game? Game of the year. Oh. beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh god. Here, I'm not gonna play the whole entire thing, but this is what the game kind of looks like. Doesn't it look like so much fun? You gotta use electrons and atoms and various other little sciencey things that I learned in 6th grade that I've forgotten about to try to defend yourself. Everyone's gotta start from somewhere, am I right? I mean, I'm half joking. Like, if this guy wasn't trying to assassinate Trump, I probably would have been like, okay, this looks cringe, but I mean, like, people make little shitty games like this just to test how to make them. And, you know, like I said, everyone starts from somewhere. Like, Scott Cawthorn, the guy who made Five Nights at Freddy's, tried to make Christian games multiple Christian games long before he actually made Five Nights at Freddy. And he, was completely unsuccessful there. And one of the constant complaints that he received was the fact that his creatures looked like scary animatronics that would, you know, kill them. And so after being frustrated with getting that complaint all the time, he eventually did make animatronics that kill children, aka Five Nights at Freddy's. And obviously, it's now a well-known title, one of the biggest games franchises in more modern history. And with the old movies, made Markiplier, you know, various other things that go with it. So, like, if this was just his own game and he was just a regular person, I wouldn't be so critical. But when you try to assassinate, right? When you attempt to assassinate the President of the United States... Sorry, the gloves are off. This is fucking cringe. What is this fucking bullshit? And he still calls himself an indie dev? Jesus Christ. I cannot tell what the Sam hell is happening. Me either. You're supposed to collect lots of energy with the text you can barely read with the green on green. So who's been better for single player? Electron's easier. Electron's more fun. What about local multiplayer? Nucleus mess to friends. I'm not playing the audio for this because there's kind of no point, but it's the music choice for this too is just as cringy as you can imagine for a game like this. I'm not gonna show his family members. That's a little bit too far. His family doesn't deserve that. Scott Cawthon is our guy. That is also true. He's secretly based. This man clearly has no concept of graphic design. Yes. But he went to Caltech. He's a teacher. He's clearly a well-upstanding individual here. I mean, he was even put on the local news in 2017. Now, ignore the description because it says Cole Allen appeared in a video with Usha Vance back in 2017. This is false, has been community noted. It's not Usha Vance, it's just another Indian that looks like her. It really actually does look a lot like her, though, not gonna lie. But yes, there's a little video of him on the local news, which is a little bit suspicious. Like, once again, I don't think this was a stage or a psyop, but I can't exactly blame those who kind of think it to a certain degree, because just like Thomas Crooks, with the guy who almost did actually successfully assassinate Trump back in 2024 in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot his ear, right? Also was in a Black Rock ad roughly around the same time that this local news came out. Actually, maybe it wasn't around the same time. I'm sorry, I might be getting that confused. But it's just a little bit strange that now 2 out of 3 recent assassination attempts on Trump's life are with people who had public appearances on the news. I mean, one was a BlackRock ad, and this is the local news, but still is a little bit sussy-wussy. Well, just I can't simply blame the conspiracy theorists for going down the rabbit hole with this.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of
Once again, she looks a lot like Usha Vance, but she's not actually Usha Vance.
seniors. 14 different tech startups got to present to over 350 people in the hopes of getting their projects into some sort of senior health facilities. College student
Honestly, his little prototype's not exactly a bad idea. I mean, I don't know how wheelchairs work. I'm not in a wheelchair, so I'm not exactly sure. But if there's no real proper brake system that doesn't stop them from skidding, it makes sense why you would actually try to make one. And being a Caltech student makes sense. He's in California. He's got all these connections to all these different businesses. Like, so this is a bright young man, as they would say, try to get his future together by doing this. This is a little bit sussy-wussy that he's appearing on local television. Happening here. Are you surprised these individuals will be involved with lefty ads? They're true believers? Well, with Thomas Crooks, like, he was a child in school when he was featured in the Black Rock. Like, that's... Like, I don't know. That seems a bit... that's a bit off. Black Rock is a huge cabal of conspiracy theories within it itself, alone with how they have their tendrils in literally everything, and literally funding DI programs, bridge, and various other shit to make our lives worse. So, with Thomas Crooks, it's definitely, it definitely makes one think a little bit more when it comes to him. There. With Cole Allen being in the local news, not as much because he was in Caltech. This was in 2017. Like, it kind of makes sense. Plus, these people are doing these things for attention. Like, you don't just randomly wake up one day and think, I'm going to just assassinate the president here. There's got to be some sort of attention-seeking aspect to this as well. Just a little bit strange. Just a little bit strange here. We have electric power wheelchairs. Yes, but those are more expensive. They have the old-fashioned regular ones because they're cheaper than maybe having these brakes on it to make it a little bit safer. It makes sense. Once again, I don't know wheelchairs. I'm not wheelchair bound yet. Okay, I might be old. I might be hag, right? Even though I'm not even close to 30, but in spirit. But it kind of makes sense to me. But it's also in 2017, so I'm not sure wheelchair technology has advanced in the past 10 years. There. Hospice streamer, no! There. No, by the way, I saw this. Heard Vance's wife is in this vid. No, she's not actually in this vid. It's an Indian woman that looks a lot like her. Which, no surprise, California is brown. But no, it's not actually Usha Vance. It's just looks like her. What's this? The teacher thing again here. We also got some tweets. We got some tweets from him. Supposedly once again, take this kind of with a little bit of a grain of salt. This actually is him. Leaving for bluer skies as soon as I get my data archive. I don't think there's much reason to be on here anymore because I do know he's got a Blue Sky account, but just like all leftists, they leave because Twitter, Elon's a Nazi. The only thing humorous about America, like I was using, anyways. Sorry, I got distracted by my own retardation. The only thing humorous about America not having learned from Germany, excuse me, about what happens when Nazis get elected is that Russia may not have learned from the USSR about what happens when it makes agreements with Nazis. Well, thanks Trump's a Nazi. What a shock. Based in Iowa, predicting Kamala wins all swing states and at least 3 red states. I don't think that has happened. I don't think it's happened here. Retweet Medea's touch breaking. Taylor Swift endorses VP Kamala Harris. Full statement like many of you. I watched the debate tonight. Retweeting Kamala Harris I can't speak. I'm sorry. Donald Trump's Project 2025 would eliminate the independence of the Department of Justice. That means Trump would have to blow, but then it breaks off. So he's quote tweeting Kamala Harris. Retweeting AOC. He sounds like a guy yelling at random people on 34th Street with a karaoke speaker. JB Pritzker. Do you ever listen to Donald Trump and think, what the hell is this guy talking about? Senator Warren, Donald Trump and his transition team are already breaking the law. I would know because I wrote the law. Incoming president. Then it starts breaking off again. Sheldon Whitehouse. Senator at the White House. Not senator at the White House. But anyway. What's the evidence that would be prudent to prepare this administration for tsunami of plunder and corruption? Basically, just a bunch of tweets of him retweeting and quote tweeting them, agreeing with the lots of modern mainstream Democrats. Like, this guy is literally your average Democrat right here. Supporting, blue no matter who, Kamala Harris, 2024, because she's the, first brown woman bullshit going on here. AOC is the dear leader because she's a socialist. This is like cookie cutter Democrat. This is your new moderate modern Democrat right here. It's the same talking point about Nazis and fascists and blah 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 blah. Like, if I've read this, I just think, oh, this is your typical leftist, because it really is your typical leftist. It's just this one typical leftist woke up one day and said, I'm going to assassinate the president, and that is where the problem lies. Like, this is where the problem lies, with which your quote unquote moderate Democrat is now the norm, when they're the radical ones, when they're the ones that actually want Trump to be assassinated. When it missed him back in 2024, they were genuinely upset that they missed the shot. They're the ones that are celebrating Charlie Kirk's successful assassination back in fall of last year. But this is your average Democrat voter. They literally want you dead. It's not hyperbolic, it's not propaganda, it's not fear-mongering. They literally, quite literally to the T, dotting that I, want you dead. And I just don't know what else to say, because on one hand, there's still a part of me, right? There's still the classical liberal, the sensible centrist in me that's like, well, this type of rhetoric is what the left used on the right for the past 10 years, right? They're the ones saying that there's a trans genocide going on, that Trump's gonna lock up all the Browns and put them in camps and stuff like that. All this, they actually literally want, to eradicate all the gays. But there's a difference between, no, that's not happening, you're being delusional, versus the right saying, oh, holy shit, you calling me a Nazi means you're putting a target on my back and you literally want me dead. Like, there's a difference there. There is a strong difference. And I have to take that little sensible centrist in me, right, that classical liberal, and tell her to shut the fuck up. Because we're in a different time than we were in 2016. There's no actually talking to these people. There's no debates. There's no middle ground. They literally want you dead, no matter how hyperbolic and crazy that sounds. And until we get through our thick skulls permanently, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. Mal, do you think he'll still vote by mail in November? Probably. Yeah, I was not gonna be me, but I hope somebody does actually look up his name and his address and see if he actually does vote in November. Just out of curiosity. I don't think this guy wanted all Republicans or right-wingers dead. I feel he just wanted Trump dead because he thought he was a pedophile. But the thing is, with his little Reddit manifesto, he was trying to be a wholesome chungus, being like, oh, I'm only gonna go after the high administrations, except for Patel. And, I don't want these other people not to be targets. I don't want to actually kill people, But he does say in his last paragraph, I will still go through most everyone here to get to targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend in a speech by pedophile, rapist, and a traitor, and thus complicit. So he might not specifically be rampaging transgender, going down the school's halls and shooting people willy-nilly. But he still says right here that they are complicit because they chose to attend the event. He might not directly want to kill them specifically, but because they are complicit in Trump's crime of being the president of the United States, of being a Nazi, he's still willing to kill them. He's not as crazy as I say this as okay, maybe I shouldn't say not as crazy. He did try to assassinate, right? But like he might not be as he still seems relatively lucid. How about that, right? He still seems relatively lucid, all things considered, compared to some of the other leftists out there. But it's guilt by association. They still want you dead for upholding right-leaning beliefs. Right-leaning beliefs, right? Like your average boomer MAGA who watches Fox News like my dad, who just wants illegals deported, who doesn't want young children chopping off their bits thinking they're transgender. Like, very sensible, very moderate, if anything, too left-leaning in my personal opinion to be really moderate, but I say this as closer to the extremist side, you could argue. Things. They still want them dead because they're evil for voting for the Nazi man in the first place. That's just simply how they work. That's just simply how they work. You're saying all that, but where is the tweet where he says he wants to kill all Republicans when you stop making shit up? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, I'll be completely honest here. Because I'm pretty sure it's obvious with the whole thus complicit thing. Like, it's like Charlie Kirk. Though Charlie Kirk was successful, unfortunately. Where Shanghai said, "This is you." Right? They see Trump as the leader of the Nazi movement, of the fascist movement. And therefore, they want him dead. People who vote for him are also fascists and Nazis, and therefore they also should be dead because fascists and Nazis are evil. Like, Trump represents you, the average person, in their eyes. And if they can kill the leader, then hopefully that means they can kill the movement and then eradicate everybody else in the process. This is you. I know it's an older video at this point. In fact, I'm pretty sure my React is still up on my channel. Because I know I had to do a whole wiping of my channel. I think that's like one of my first videos, actually. After my channel got wiped. It's the same thing. It's the same situation. Except if Charlie Kirk is Trump. And Charlie Kirk was successful. Trump's not successful. Thank God. Calling right-wingers pedophiles or Epstein classes and Nazis since the word lost so many 5 years ago. Well, they still use both, but yeah. It's like, oh, he voted for a pedophile. Do you know what pedophile means? Like, they're watering down pedophile. Okay, minor rant. The left is watering down the word pedophile. And I hate it so fucking much. I hate it so much. Their subversion of language. But also the watering down of it. Because it's a serious allegation. It's a very, very serious term to be throwing around by labeling somebody a PDF. Like, Nazi never actually was that bad in my personal opinion. Because, yeah, being a Nazi is bad. You know, oh, evil Hitler, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. But, like, it's one thing to be a Nazi. It's another thing to molest children. There's even back in 2016, there's still a little bit of a difference between, oh, I don't like the Jews, I want them gassed, and thinking, oh yeah, I love having sex with children. Like, there's a little bit of a difference there. Maybe I'm actually the fascist for believing that. I know, how dare I? I know, because they've watered down the term Nazi as well. They watered down Nazi and fascists and everything else. Now they have to revert to pedophile, and it's like, why? Don't do this. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. Like, that's an actual serious crime, a serious allegation. You just can't throw it around. That's life ruining if it's false, and if it's true, then they should get the wood chipper, because that's a horrible. Like, you just don't molest children. And yet they're using it like candy once again. I just hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. You just don't do that. You just don't do that. But they do it anyway. Ugh. PDF for the most of these types is just projection. Also the spell chanting the mark the target for attack. Well, yes. All these buzzwords are just targets to put on your back so they can shoot you, right? They want you dead. They say you, the average Republican, the average MAGA, right? Not okay. I say you, but most of you guys in chat are a little bit more further to the right than the average MAGA thing. If you're watching me, maybe not, because obviously we don't always have to agree with everything too, right? But I consider myself personally further right than MAGA in this case, right? But we're talking like the average normie Republican they want dead, but they still consider, because you supported Trump, you're also a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor, and are thus complicit, like he said here. And they just want them dead. It's I cannot understand that mentality myself. I hate Browns. I want them deported. I don't want them dead. I don't like the gays. I want them to stop adopting children, but I don't want them dead. Like, I hate women. I want them to be replaced by the robots, but I don't want them dead. Like, there just seems to be there's just a huge jump between, yeah, let's deport these fuckers and let's mass murder them all. There's a big difference there. I just do not understand the mentality where it's like, oh yeah, we must commit genocide with my opposite enemy. What? A lefty would catch fire if they could see into my head. That's how I feel too. I believe in full denaturalization of all those with a return to sender passport. Same. But to go back into the assassination attempt again. Let's see here. So we basically covered, because I did put a poll on YouTube and Discord for how much you guys wanted me to cover this, and the results were yes, you guys wanted me to cover this, but the winning result was with other topics. So I'm not going to go super in depth within this here. I kind of already addressed the whole ballroom conspiracy theory happening, but there's also another conspiracy theory happening, which is a little bit strange. I don't know what to believe with this because it is a bit weird, but it's also a little bit too out there. So somebody found an account that joined December 2023 that posted on December 21st, 2023 with with Cole Allen. That's all they said. That's the only post this entire account had with the name Henry Martinez. It's just Cole Allen, which is the name of the shooter, and it's spelled exactly the same as well. And I was like, okay. But then somebody went to try to find this Henry Martinez thing, and so according to Cole Thomas Allen's LinkedIn, he interned at NASA in 2014. In 2014, NASA published a paper and Henry Martinez was the author. An ex-username Henry Martinez made in 2023 made only a single post on December 21, 2023. The post simply said Cole Allen. Henry Martinez over at NASA 2014. That's when he had his little fellowship there. The NASA too. I don't know what I want to bring this up just because it's a bit strange and people are talking about it. I don't believe in the time travel theory because there's also a bit about the whole the header on it's also time travel related. This thing's fucking weird as shit. But it's also weird as shit. What is going on here? It is a little bit weird that it just tweets out the name Cole Allen in 2023. I don't know what to take of this. I'm just putting it out there. Was Candace Owens right? Is it the Sumerians? Oh, I don't think Candace Owens is right. It is fucking freaky, yeah. I think it's me meta data hacking. I could have sold asleep before it really like popped off. Hold on. I don't. Hopefully, it's not been deleted. I don't think it's actually been deleted yet. I try to save it in time. But as you can see, it's got 55 likes. When I saw this tweet myself, it had like 5,000 likes because this is like right after the attempt, right? But we got, how did he know? Bro, what the fuck? Posted at 6:07. The curse of 6:7 strikes again. Thanks, Toby Turner. There we go. Hello, Tobuscus. Like, everyone's just like, what the fuck's going on here? Because this is so strange. This is so fucking strange. And then this whole connection with the whole Henry Martinez at NASA stuff. So, like I said, I like to wear the tinfoil. I like to munch on it and get the brain damage and get myself early onset dementia. There's something fucky wucky happening here. Okay, there is something fucky wucky happening here. I just don't know what it is. And therefore, I'm not going to commentate much on it because I am too pea-brained, and I'm not big brain enough, right? I'm not like the meme, where they have the human person with the brain with the lights coming out of it. Like, I'm not big brain enough to kind of feel like, what's going on? The numbers on his username or the date of a stock market crash? How is that? How is that a stock market crash? Like, are you just making shit up? Like, is there a way someone maybe fabricated X the account? Wait, is there a way maybe someone from X fabricated the account? I don't know. I don't know how this shit works. I mean, it looks, you know, that I guess it's 9:07 for me because I'm Eastern time. Like, but I don't know. I don't know. But it's fucking weird. Okay, it's fucking weird here. Oh, the tinfoil hat stays on. Yes. There's a bit more to it, but I'm not gonna get into it a bit more because it's getting into way too crazy state. This is like Alex Jones territory. Maybe it actually is Candace Owens territory, right? Because Candace Owens is taking the place for for the conspiracy theory crazy shit. But at least Alex Jones is right? Alex Jones is always proven right with enough matter of time. Candace Owens is just off the walls bonkers there. Like, anyway. To wrap this up about once again left, I should have done this a little bit earlier when we talked about left-wing violence. But here are is 2.5 minutes of Democrats calling for the use of political violence, with including mainstream Democrat politicians. The same ones that he was quote tweeting with his little Twitter account here. And you still think that they don't want you dead.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about...
Where does it show me that protesters are supposed to be polite and peaceful? I don't know. Maybe in the name protester? Like peaceful protest? Where you don't have situations where they turn into riots instead?
Your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go.
Now, some of these you might can be like, oh, it's just campaign rhetoric, especially from Biden to a certain extent, being like just trying to be tough on things. Because Trump has said some similar stuff before. But then we had, what, Johnny Depp? I think that's what it was there. I don't really know actors very well. I'm a little bit too zoomer for actors. But yeah, like, when was the last time an actor assassinated a president? Okay, that's a little bit different story. That's a little bit different story here.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look as his character is stabbed to death. Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was like the first time with this, what's her name, Kathy? Oh, this is back in like 2016. Really nice little blast from the past here. I know this caused quite an outrage because this was the first time that like it really, with the bloody head of Trump, was the first example of really extreme calls to violence from the left, and from the Democrats in general here. And so it did get a lot of backlash for going too far. But since then, they've gone further since. And they keep on doing the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing has really changed. Kathy Griffin, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly,
I mean, I would do that to Browns personally myself. That's a little bit of a different story. Like, it's one of these cases where some of this can be used as like one-off campaign, just trying to sound tough rhetoric type of deal. But when you combine it all together through all these years, especially the more violent extreme versions of them, and then you look at all the different articles that the mainstream media has been pushing. Then you have the SPLC recently coming out and funding these far-right groups like the Ku Klux Klan, and the infiltrating the Unite the Right thing in Charlottesville, which I don't think the whole Charlottesville was a whole fed up, by the way. Just, part of it with the SPLC. It all kind of like adds together. When they constantly just keep on doing this, constantly making calls for Trump to be assassinated, and then whenever an attempt happens, we're like, oh, that's bad, blah, 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 blah. Then the next day goes straight back to, oh, Trump's literally Hitler, Satan coming back from the dead, and, we must do something about him. When will somebody just do something about him? Like, you know what the implication is.
domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
That last one, was that? What was that? Was that the one in Seattle where the Democrat got shot with the Trump hat? Not the Democrat, sorry. The guy wearing the Trump hat got shot by the left. I don't think it is. I remember the video was different than this, but I'm not sure what this video is off the top of my head here. Because it was in Chaz. It was a Chaz. This doesn't look like Chaz. Chaz is a lot more messier with roadblocks and stuff like that. It is. It was in Portland, though, I thought. Okay, maybe it was in Portland. And that was a long time ago, so my apologies. My memory's a little bit off. Was it Portland? Was it Seattle? No, I think it was Portland. What is this video then? Because obviously someone's getting shot. It's just, once again, we have like 2 minutes of this, and then somebody, I don't have the tab pulled up because I wasn't gonna show it on stream, but somebody made 20 minutes of Hassan Piker calling for violence, and it's like, the fact that they can have a whole 20-minute video of Hassan Piker calling for violence is insane. And I don't like, Hassan Piker is not irrelevant. He's been in multiple different, like the Times article or the New York Times. I always get those two confused. He's been pushing the mainstream media. He's got obviously good connections, especially with his uncle being Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. He's the most popular Twitch political streamer other than Asmongold. Though he definitely does bots, but to the extent of it, I'm not exactly sure. Hassan's not irrelevant, but he's not also within the mainstream. And I don't know if Cole Allen actually has watched him, but obviously a lot of leftists do. And that's a problem when you can make a 20-minute video of the amount of times you called for violence here. There. There was ironically a case of the KKK group that said you could genuinely call for violence, but not directly to think. Well, that's how they do it. Yeah, there's ways to word stuff. It's called dog whistling, right? There's ways to word what you want to say, and a way doesn't get you in trouble, but it gets your point across to those who understand. That's what a dog whistle is. And the left does it all the time, plus with outright saying it too. They're quite blatant about it. This was the Portland assassination, where they planned out the attack as a group, where ones would start the confrontation, but the other shooter comes in to save his friends. Oh, okay, lovely here. Like, I know that I'm considered pretty extreme with my right-leaning beliefs. I still don't call for violence, man. Like, no, I don't want people to die. I just want my country back from the Brown Horde. That's all I fucking want. I don't want, like, I recognize that to make that happen, it probably will be a little bit bloodier, but it's not what I want. I would like to actually vote our way out of things. There's a difference between recognizing that, yeah, okay, we might have a civil war, versus, yeah, I want to start the civil war myself. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit too much of a woman, right? Maybe I'm having a woman moment here. I'm pretty sure at least 2 of his audience has been arrested on terror charges at this point. If that's true, that's hilarious and sad at the same time. I kind of hope it's true. Just so we can go more of an excuse to go after Hassan Piker, because there's a million reasons why, and we should add more. Other hand, I hope not, because the fact that he's actually indoctrinating people and radicalizing to that point is actually depressing and distressing at the same time. There. Speaking of left-wing violence, this was, you know, around the time Charlie Kirk got assassinated. A September 2025 YouGov poll found that 26% of liberals under 45 say political violence is acceptable. So a fourth of so-called liberals say political violence is acceptable, under 45. 7% of conservatives under 45 said the same. The U.S. has a growing problem with violent left-wing extremism that corporate media largely ignores. Recent examples include assassination attempts on Donald Trump, attacks on Tesla facilities, oh I forgot about those, and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This needs to stop, but it's only going to get worse. Now, you should always take polls with grain of salt, because you don't know how big the data set is, you don't know where they did the data set, you don't know how long the time period, various aspects of things, right, that go in the polls. But they can be good to kind of get a pulse, right? Like a little bit of a feeling for what could possibly be the case there. And I mean, the fact that as overall as US adults, 72% do say no, violence is never justified is a good sign, right? With only 11% say yes, violence can sometimes be justified. Obviously, the people say not sure, prefer not to say, are a little bit wishy-washy there. So it's not the worst case scenario, but it's also not great because 72% is slightly less than 3/4 of the country. That means a roughly 1/4 of what the country is okay with it, or not sure. Being 12% is actually a pretty large amount. Like, yeah. Political ideology, very liberal, being 25% saying that yes, violence can sometimes be justified, with only 55% of them saying no, violence is never justified. A little bit scary versus the very conservative, which I guess I would be put in the very conservative, or at least a conservative box, somewhere in that range, right? There's not even a number for how many say yes, violence can sometimes be justified, because 88% say no, violence is never justified, with 5% saying not sure, and the rest of the percent either being prefer not to say or yes, violence can sometimes be justified. There's not even enough of them for a number to be actually shown for how many actually say yes to it. For very conservative, night and day fucking difference. Night and day fucking difference there. Like, it's the normies have no clue what's coming to them. Well, I guess if they're normie, then they're going to be very conservative, with so-called moderates being 9% saying yes, can be justified, right? But still, Like, this is why I do yell at Trump. This is why I get frustrated with him. This is why I get frustrated with the rhinos, right? Like, they're too busy living in their ivory towers, away from the actual problems at hand. They just kick the ball down further down the field so somebody else can maybe take care of it later. Like, they get their APEC funding, and they live their happy, fat lives. I don't actually try to solve anything. When a good chunk of the country, right, when half the aisle, right, a very liberal being 25% saying yes, violence is justified, and 17% also, 17% of liberals say it, right? So half of the political aisle, a good chunk of them are actually okay with it, with another chunk of them being not sure or prefer not to say, which makes almost half of them actually against violence when you total it kind of all together. Not exactly a good look, and they don't want to do anything about it. Like, they classified Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization and then didn't do shit about it. Part in defense is because they split into a bunch of different terror cells, I found out. And so therefore they can't just go after because Trump labeled the Antifa specifically as a domestic terror organization. And so when Antifa splits up into a million other splinter cells with different names, it's not actually Antifa anymore, so it's hard to go after. But still, like, there are, I don't know, maybe because I'm just a normie, right? Maybe because I'm just a random girl on the internet living in her dad's basement. I don't know how the machinations work, right? I feel like there's gotta be some sort of way. There's gotta be some sort of way to, like, go after these groups, even though they're not actually labeled Antifa, because this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. How many attempts at Trump's life do we need before we actually take care of the political violence problem on the left? How many Charlie Kirks need to be assassinated? How many doxing attempts? Because there's been a bunch of people who've been doxed recently on right-wing Twitter. That have been dealing with a bunch of different shit. Like, how much of this do we need? Right? How many more Republicans being shut out at baseball games? Or Chaz's in Portland and Seattle where people get shot there? Or, you know, riots with Black Lives Matter. Like, how much more examples of political violence from the left specifically do we need before the right actually does something about it? This is what makes me more of an authoritarian. Because then I recognize power. Alright, I recognize that power is the only thing that really solves anything. And I just want Trump to do something about it. I am fatigued, okay? I just want solutions to the fucking problem. And I'm tired of it, okay? I just want to put my head in the sand and not have to worry about this stuff. But instead, I have to worry about maybe being stabbed by a black person. Or my taxes being used to feed these foreigners that are scamming with a million different welfare programs. And then if I dare say speak up about these problems that we have in society, I'm labeled a Nazi, a racist, a fascist, and so therefore I might get shot because of the belief. It's just like, oh, we have a problem. And just can't be addressed. It just cannot actually be addressed. Also, look how they're unveiling the money from AppBlue and SPLC. This vile shadow needs to be brought into the light for normies to plainly see. Agreed. Like, we have a whole racketeering method happening right now within the Democratic Party, which I've known for a while, specifically with the AppBlue and the connections with Soros, how bad it is there. But it needs to be brought in front of the normies so they can see the Democratic Party is actually evil. Like, I try not to be like, oh, I'm loyal to Republicans. I don't like the Republicans either, right? I think they suck. I just want what's done right for the country. But the Republicans have a lot of problems too, specifically with APEC. But you can look at the Democrats and be like, okay, there's a... one of the two parties has a stronger affiliation with corruption and propaganda and violence and radicalness in general compared to the other. Maybe we should do something about that party. Well, no, we can't do anything about it because that's going after the opposition, and that's bad. Even though that opposition is literally funding these terrorist cells and these other false flag attacks to make the cells look better, and other ways about it, like the bricks that magically appeared during the Black Lives Matter riots. Where do those come from? Nobody knows. Oh, Soros awful. Hey, well, we can't do anything about it. There. Libertarian pipeline? I'm not a libertarian, I'm sorry. I literally said I'm authoritarian. Like, well, I'm not even really considering myself authoritarian, right? I just recognize the need for power. But it's the only way they actually take care of this problem is to use the full force of the law. To go in with boots on the ground and actually handle and break up these little terrorist, Antifa terrorist cells that they splintered off into being. Right? Like, we can't just bring them to the court of law and problem solve. Like, Bukele couldn't do that with his crime problem. He had to be quite authoritarian with it to get to the point where now El Salvador is one of the safest places in the Western world. It is safer than the majority of Europe. It is safer than America because of what he did. And it sucks because I don't want that. I hate the government. I'm not a fan of the government. 30 on 30. Like, I don't trust it one fucking bit. But the government's the only way that these problems can be solved unless it goes into civilians' hands. And once it goes to civilians' hands, then, well, that's gonna be very bloody, and that's gonna be disastrous. And I don't want that to happen, because guess what? Violence isn't justified. I don't like violence. I don't want to call for violence. It's bad. Disavow. Like, I would like us to vote our way out of things, okay? If the government actually does stuff, we can actually vote our way out of it. But if the government doesn't do anything, well, what option do you give the people? I'd rather give them option to vote, like restore Britain in the UK. The worst thing the left ever did to me was make me defend the feds. And that's how I fucking feel. Like, God damn it, you're making me call for the government to be used. I don't... How dare you? How dare you make me be like, oh, the government's actually a good guy. Goddamn. Oh, and one last little funny thing about this. I don't know if it's actually really the same woman, but there was this fat fucking bitch who was part of Secret Service when Trump almost got assassinated back in 2024 when he got his ear shot, who was made fun of because she looks woefully underprepared, mishandling her gun, super overweight, and a 5'1" woman, right? She's not fit to be Secret Service. Women shouldn't be in enforcement whatsoever. Police, firefighter, EMT, and especially Secret Service. Especially when you're like, what, 50 pounds? 75 pounds overweight? Like she is? I'm probably gonna put her under about 50, about 50, because she's not like a land whale, but she's not exactly in great shape for being Secret Service. Supposedly, this is the same woman that was there for the third assassination attempt that happened on Saturday. It does kind of look like her with like the hair up and everything, but it's kind of hard to confirm with her with the pixels and stuff like that. But it is roughly the same rotund shape, same hair color, same hairdo. You know, it's just a little bit funny if it actually is her. Or at least another fat woman that should not be part of the job. Because we kind of have a hiring problem within the, pretty much all enforcement in general. Because like I said, women shouldn't be involved. But especially the Secret Service. She looks like the woman from the weird spy movie. You mean like Spy Kids or something? That's why it's important the right holds on to it. What, the right to vote or the power? Because power, I agree. I guess voting too, within it. But voting and power sort of kind of go hand in hand there. Like, Look her fatter from Saturday. She does look fatter, but I think it's because of the poofy jacket that kind of like sticks out a bit. Because you can kind of see her leg goes up there, which means her body is probably like roughly here, and the jacket kind of sticks out because of the angle of the movement. So she's still rotund, right? She still hasn't lost the weight from 2 years ago. And she just looks worse. If this is her, right? If this is her, it's just a little joke if it actually is. You look at the woman that voted Trudeau and you realize women being allowed to vote was a mistake. 100%. Repeal the 19th. Okay? Put women back in the kitchen, chain and ball them there, and breed them. Put them in the breeding camps, and then have them bake bread. Is it that simple? Like, is it that hard to just want women just to be chained and ball and chained to the kitchen and be perfectly bred little slaves? I don't think so. I think all women should do that, and they would be happier. They quite, like, not even joking at this point, they would actually be happier than being the goy cattle working at Jew daycare. Statistically, it has now been proven that women are the unhappiest they've ever been, and they're on the most SSRIs and birth control and failed relationships and everything else like this compared to 100 years ago. They're happier in the kitchen. Put women back in the kitchen. Come on. Come on. Why can't we just have The Handmaid's Tale but in real life? Oh, thank you, AltXKill, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had no message. Kind of a Chad move without the message, but I'm also kind of sad because I like reading you guys' messages. But thank you regardless of the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They would have actual oppression to be mad about, lol. I think the thing is, okay, right, how is it oppressive to serve your husband and your family with a husband that would literally die for you and the children that you care for, that you yourself have made after, you know, after 9 months? How is it oppressive to serve them versus the CEO who doesn't know you exist, so you're just a spreadsheet, and number 1052 on another spreadsheet that they'll lay off within seconds if they have to, or fire you in an instant for being late for the 3rd time in a year because there was traffic. Like, you know, how is that more oppressive than working for the Jew daycare? To me, I'd rather serve the husband and the family. But what can I say? I'm a traditionalist. He meant to say alien isolation. Well, if he wants it to go to a game fund, I can put it towards a game fund, but that'll be up to him. If he doesn't, then I can toss it to alien isolation if the rest of the chat wants that to be. But you know, that it's his money. He can decide if he wants to go to alien isolation or not. There's also Five Nights at Freddy's, Silent Hill 2. There's others I forget at the top of my head, but still. Let's see. True, I even made a song called "Whisk You Were Here" with anthropomorphic kitchen utensils reminiscing about the woman being missed in the kitchen. That sounds cringy, but in a fun way. Okay, so the Piss Princess throne is calling. I must go greet my people, but when I get back, we'll do the Shu React Slop because Shu did release a video earlier today, and as a VTuber, I am required by law to react to Shu and Head. So I will be doing that next after I come back in the bathroom in 2 minutes. I'm a quick pisser. So hold your horses. I'll be right back. Ayo, I am back. I am back here. My voice cracked there at the end like a 12-year-old pubescent boy going through puberty. If he's pubescent, then has he gone through puberty? Anyway, you know what I mean. You know what I mean there. Go away, well, too bad. I'm here permanently. Plus I don't listen to femboys. Okay. Was I gonna say anything before this video? No. It's Shu, listen. Oh, Shu did follow me on Twitter the other day, though. That was awesome. As someone who's been a fan of her since the Gamergate days, that was great. Yeah, I now I need now all I need is Sargon to follow me, and I have like the Infinity Stones for like all my favorite content creators from the Gamergate days, right? Like I can't wait. Does V follow me on Twitter? I don't think that Gypsy fucking follows me on Twitter now that I think about it. That fucking bastard. I'm gonna have to yell at him later. I have a whole podcast with him and everything, right? Armor Skip doesn't count because, yeah, Armor Skipper fell off. Tilder has went to the void. Well, let's see here. Louis Levi has also died off too. But, I mean, the people who are still left over, right? I just need Sargon to follow me on Twitter, which will never happen because I don't want, one, I don't want Sargon to notice me. Two, he doesn't like VTubers. And three, I'd rather not shit my pants. But I'm collecting Infinity Stones now. I'm like, oh, these people, they noticed me. I'm being noticed. I'm like Israel with how this keeps on happening here. Sargon already called you a good lad. What more can you want? True. Sargon thinks I'm a good lad, and that's all he needs to know. That's all he thinks. Izzlu Aiden? I don't think... Is this Izzlu even have a Twitter? Because I don't know if I follow him. But Aiden does follow me on Twitter. And Spoon does too. But like, I'm kind of friends with him, so that makes sense. Which is crazy in itself when you think about it. Like, Jesus Christ. Senpai, notice me! No. No, I don't want Sargon... I don't want Sargaruni Senpai to notice me. No, thank you. No, thank you. We did a podcast with V. Was that a one-time thing? Nope. We do it every Saturday on his channel. Go Under the Bridge. We did it this couple 2 days ago. We didn't do it the previous Saturday because something going on. But yeah, we do it every Saturday. Unless, you know, life happens, right? That's happened a couple times now. But yeah. There. Mr. Medicare. I never actually got into him. I know. How dare I not get into Mr. Medicare? I never had a problem with him. Right? I know there's obviously beef between him and Sargon that happened way back in the day. But I personally never really got into his content too much. But, I mean, I like him on Twitter. I like the live streams I do watch now from time to time. Like, there. It is like, I don't know. That's surprising. I got very, siloed. I'm very picky with who I like and and everything like that. And I never used the homepage. Actually, I've only recently, within the past couple months, started to use the homepage of YouTube. At all my years of watching YouTube, I've never used the homepage. I've always just used the subscription page. And I usually only find people through recommendations of people, like, not just through the recommendations on YouTube, I mean specific verbal recommendation on the person I'm already watching. Which is, so therefore, I just stuck within the Sagaruni group. And I didn't really leave it that often. And unless they were like already kind of like associated with Sargon within, like, I guess a positive light. There, if that makes any sense. I I've only been using the homepage recently to find React videos, which I found a couple of them that way. So I should probably use, honestly, I probably should have used the homepage sooner. But that's about it. That's about it here. But let's actually watch the shoe slap box. I like shoe. Why is she quiet? Oh, the video is muted. Wow. Who could have guessed that?
Your eggs are drying up.
Fuck!
If you're a woman online...
Whoa! Why does that have to be the first thing? Like, I get the video's titled Male Protector Fantasy as an incel to want to be a father. I knew it was gonna be like dating and father stuff and like and children, but why does the first 4 seconds have to call me out like that? What the? Shoo! How did I like you? Why do you hate me?
You have probably heard that many times. Perhaps this image haunts you at night. It is a true fact that women's fertility begins to decline at age 30, and they suddenly wake up and get what we call baby fever. But what about the men? Do their sperms
This is painful. I thought it was supposed to be about men. I didn't want to be called out like this within 20 seconds of the video. It's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. That rabbit, like that, she said the rabbit meme haunts you at night. Like, yes, I've literally had a dream. I've literally had a dream about that fucking rabbit meme, okay? I'm not kidding. I've actually had a dream about that. I forget all the details, but it was like one of those cases where like I hopped on Twitter and like the people were just posting that and with the empty egg cartons and various other details, and it's just like, and I woke up very depressed. I don't really like being BTFO'd here when I'm trying to support Shu. Fuck me, man.
rot? Do their balls shrivel up into little raisins and die? Do they wake up one day and get baby fever? Do men have a biological clock in the same way women do? I've briefly joked about this in videos before. In fact, a clip of mine from a video I did a few months ago actually went viral recently thanks to the VTuber Smugalana.
Ah, yes, the male biological clock. It's not physical, but spiritual.
Men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making you pancakes with your wife in the morning. And you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. And the comments were full of men discussing their dreams to start a family. There is not much discussion about men's desire to have children. Like many things, it's not really something they talk about publicly. That was until a certain video game came out.
Just, what are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art Pragmata created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Pragmata is a sci-fi action game where you play as astronaut Hugh Williams, who is sent to investigate an abandoned moon base. He meets a childlike android named Diana, and they team up to survive and escape the space station. Along the way, they uncover what went wrong and defeat the bad guys, all while forming a strong emotional bond.
And if you like this, you're a pedophile. I don't make the rules, that's what Twitter told me. If you like this game with a cute little child in it, and because she's hyper-realistic, and you are a man, therefore you are a pedophile, go to Epstein's Island. I have already got you tickets. The flight is within 5 minutes, but you better hop on fast, okay? I want you gone now. Go, be free.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
But it seems to have awakened something deep within.
He touched her. Oh no. He gave her a high five. Oh god. How could he? He molested her! That's basically all of left-wing Twitter ever since this game came out. It's disgusting.
Gamers, especially male gamers. The urge to get married and have kids. I'm not planning on getting married and having kids, but damn, this game is like fatherhood calling to me. Is this how women feel about their biological clocks? This game makes me want a daughter. What is this feeling inside me? It can't be. It's like, I want to protect. It's like, I want to be a dad. They won me over. The white baby makes me feel paternal. I will burn anyone and anything that tries to harm her. This game is dragging out the innate dad instinct. I want to like Pragmata, but I can't, knowing that men are also enjoying it. This is a game for incels. Babe, wake up! It's time for your yearly gamer culture war, Slop! It's 2014 forever, man. We are never going to escape Mr. Gamergate's wild ride. In this video, we are going to discuss the
No, because men enjoying things, specifically white men, no, that's inherently evil. That means that that's the West, if they actually like stuff, even though white men actually created the West themselves. But we can't have that, because after all, it's for our democracy that the fat, brown tranny is in every single game for representation purposes. Because you, white man, cannot have a country, because the black woman who belongs in Africa already has a country she can go back to, but she wants to loot from America specifically. That's basically just how it works. Like, I know Gamergate is specifically about games, but it's also about the culture in itself, too. And, you know, it's definitely evolved throughout the past few years into the more political aspects of things with, like, DEI, you know, switching from being called an SJW to, you know, woke, intersectionality, that kind of stuff. But it really is an attack against white men and what they like, to demoralize them and kick them out of the workplace, out of schooling, and to lower the birth rate as much as possible so the brown horde can go in and take and loot the whole country instead. And Gamergate was just a symptom of the overall globalist problem, and they do so via entertainment. You see this in movies and TV shows and obviously gaming, hence Gamergate. Born too early to fight in Afghanistan, born too late to fight in Afghanistan, just in time to fight Gamergate, aka Afghanistan. Yes. Thank you, the Watchman, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. P.E.P.E hoodie, no! Yes, there's gonna be no P.E.P.E hoodie tonight. The YouTube bros did not hit the goal. Well, that's okay. We don't need a P.E.P.E hoodie for everything. If you really want, I can restart the goal, but it's okay. It's okay. Rest in peace on the P.E.P.E hoodie here. Thank you, Deadpool Kid, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. All is glowing. Quickly shut it down now. She's talking about the whole white man struggles. We need Hamza Yusuf in here being like, white. Disgusting. That 99% white Scotland is white.
Facts and theories behind the so-called male biological clock after we discuss the drama surrounding the game Pragmata and how a bunch of men expressing a simple, wholesome desire, the desire to start a family, has turned into yet another culture war. Yet another gender war. The gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, dealing with dating apps, hookup culture. Do men like curvy or thin women? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before we get deeper into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed to work better. They've been designed to be marketed better. More features, more gimmicks, more blades. Just add one more blade, bro. One more blade, I promise, bro. One more blade. While skin irritation is just treated like something you just have to deal with. And a major cause for irritation is blade flex, because most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That helps them adapt to like different angles, but also causes extra tugging and razor burn. Most people just learn to cope with like aftershave and cold water, fixing the symptoms instead of the cause. The question nobody asks is, should the blade even move? And here's where Henson shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade all across its length, they hold the blade in place, preventing any bouncing or skipping, resulting in an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no need to compensate with pressure. And there's something really satisfying about that. Not just getting a better shave, but finally fixing something that's been quietly annoying you for years. Like when you spend months wondering why you don't feel rested even after you get 8 hours sleep, and then you realize, oh, I need a new mattress. You don't need more aftershave, you need a new razor. And since I switched to Henson, I noticed that my shaves have been smoother than ever. No tugging, no cuts. The best part is, once you invest in a Henson razor, it is a lifetime purchase. The only thing—
This is like, normally when I have ads, I just don't care because I know they're trying to sell me something. This is the one ad that every time I see it, I keep thinking to myself, maybe I should actually buy the razor. Because I have really sensitive skin, and I get really nasty razor burns, which makes me hate shaving. I have like an after use that helps with it, but then sometimes I get lazy and I don't, and then I hate myself when I don't. So I'm like, okay, maybe I should buy the razor. Maybe I should buy the razor, but I'm like, no, it's an ad. They're trying to sell me a product. I don't like being sold a product. But like, if it's actually a good product, then it's kind of worthwhile, right? But like, I don't know. Maybe I should actually just make the plunge and do it. Yeah, time to fulfill your obligations. Yeah, maybe. I mean, then again, I say this as somebody who is affiliated with thedragonstreasure.com, where the Dragon T-Man himself sells soap that I use on a daily or regular basis whenever I shower, right? Whenever I shower, that's a little bit iffy. He's also got tea that I actually drink. He's got the focus drinks. He's got coffee as well, you know, because when you use code Amalgamyte, I know, you get 10% off your order. Isn't it fascinating how that works? And that's a product that I use, that I myself sell, that I think is actually really good, and I promote. One, because I get kickbacks, and two, because it's actually a good product that I do actually like, because I wouldn't actually sell you something if I don't actually like it. I would hope Shu would be the same, with the Henson razor. She says that she uses it, right? So, you know, I'm gonna be like, yeah, dragonstreasure.com, code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order for your tea, sip, coffee needs, and focus drinks. So, you mean, hey, maybe the razor isn't actually that bad, because if T-Man's not that bad, that's not T-Man. If T-Man's not that bad, then maybe the razor's not that bad. Maybe one of these days I'll take the plunge. Ad inside ad? Adception? Maybe. Smooth as ad transitions, what can I say? I'm a good Jew.
You need to replace are the blades, which cost just 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 per year. Henson offers a variety of different colors.
If you don't shave though, like I do, you don't have to replace those razors that often, actually. Just buy a pack, and then I'm good for like 2 years.
Have the rose gold. I think it's so cute. So if you're tired of razor burn, skin irritation, and overpaying for replacement blades, Henson Shaving is definitely worth checking out. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart. Then enter code SHOE at checkout to get the blades for free with your purchase. Big thanks to Henson for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right?
Right,
now,
Shu. I would never skip the ad. I promise. I promise I would never skip the ad. I haven't done that before in the past. It's fine.
Video. Throughout history, there have been countless stories centered around a very specific dynamic: the adult protector and a child. You see it everywhere. In video games, they call it a dad simulator. The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, God of War, Detroit Become Human, BioShock, Life is Strange. Also movies like Logan, True Grit, in a way, Monsters Inc. Shows like The Mandalorian. Literature has done it forever with The Road, Les Miserables, and many, many others. It shows up time and time again because it taps into something deeply human. The instinct to protect, to guide, to teach, to nurture something more vulnerable than yourself. It is a beautiful and powerful story that has been told for centuries. And you're like really weird and an incel for enjoying it, actually.
It's unfortunately a foreign concept in the modern world, thanks to the like she was saying earlier about the whole culture war, splitting the men into one camp and women other camps, as the gender wars do. And a lot of it's really stupid. But unfortunately, it's so common these days because how splintered we are. Because women are forced to go to college and be girl bosses and be independent, and they're not supposed to settle down until they're well past 30, and then they wonder why they struggle to have kids. And then men over here are suffering because they can't get jobs because the women are taking the jobs. They can't go to college because women are getting in colleges. And then women don't want to be with these men because they're not making enough money. And then they're not having families. And so, the men's natural sense to provide and protect, which they have done for the entirety of human history, right? The caveman goes out and hunts the mammoth, while the women sit back in the little, in the tents and gather berries from the bushes, right? Like, it's the classic dynamic that we've all known for the entirety of human history. It's only been the past 80 years that we decided, you know what? Let's reject biology. Let's reject what our ancestors taught us. Let's reject tradition. Let's tear down Chesterton's fence. And let's do something radically different because we are superior. We are enlightened. We have liberalism guiding the way. And everyone's upset. Everyone's deeply unhappy with everything. And men can't actually utilize that natural inherent biological sense that they do have anymore. They can simulate it through video games or movies and TV shows, but very few men are actually settling down and having families because the women aren't also willing to settle down, and it's causing this huge rift. And now we have women thinking, oh, that natural desire to provide and protect, that's disgusting because I myself have never been around a child. That's one thing that's not talked about enough, in my personal opinion, is women not actually being around children anymore. Because it used to be normal for there be the big families, with sons and daughters within it. And the older kids would help take care of the younger kids, which was always just the case. I know the left wants to try to make it out as like abuse whenever the kid has to step up and help around the house when there's younger children. Heaven forbid chores and responsibilities, but it's always been the norm, once again, throughout human history, is to have a shit ton of kids. And so girls are used to being around kids from a young age. They used to babysit, even back in like the 80s and 90s, as, the kids' family units were becoming smaller. They were still at least babysit because other people were having kids. Nowadays, people aren't having kids, and families are very small with one to two children, roughly around the same age too, so they're not really taking care of each other like let's say the 10-year-old versus the 2-year-old situation. And they're going to high school, they're around their peers, then they get sent to slut factories, aka college, and there's definitely no babies at college, right? Because anyone who gets pregnant usually drops out. And then they go straight to the career after that, and you can't have your baby in the office. And so there's never around kids themselves, so the biological instinct for women never ever kicks off because they're not actually around babies. As soon as they are, though, they start breaking down and crying because they're like, holy shit, what have I been missing in my life? That's kind of the same thing happening here, but with men, except men don't have birth control and SSRIs stunting that factor. And women who have never been around kids look at a man having their biological instinct being primed here and think it's disgusting because they haven't had their biological instinct being activated in return. Like, they get this, like, weird ick out of it. which is once again completely unnatural from it. But when you drug up your body like you're doing, and you delay your natural biological functions 10 years past when they should, it creates this weird creature that the woman becomes. Like, it's like a spinster, it's like a hag, but more evil and insidious, because it's not normal for a woman to be like this. Like, a spinster is already abnormal as it is, and hags are just, you know, older women and that are bitter. But there's really never until relatively recently been younger bitter women that are also spinsters that never been around children before, or a proper man who has this biological need to be a father. Like, this is a very rare, not even rare, this is a brand new case in history that we have here. It's not how women are supposed to be acting, but they do because they've been propagandized so much and poisoned. It's a mess. Absolute fucking mess. No, it's not even a Karen. Not even a Karen. This is a whole new creature. Because Karens are the usually older millennial and Gen X women who demand a refund, for some stupid reason, or what the case is. Though, some of them are actually pretty justified, because they're usually the Karens are like the ones with the children's being, and screaming about some unfairness, some injustice, which in some cases actually kind of true. It's kind of looking back, it seemed like some weird attack against white women for actually caring about society to a certain degree. But usually Karen is supposed to be a screeching hag complaining about absolutely nothing just because she's having a woman moment there. That's what a Karen's supposed to be. But this is a new creature entirely. Because you see this from like, oh, she's just a baby. She's just a 21-year-old baby. You're a pedophile for going after her being 25 years old. Like, one of those situations. It's different. I don't know what the term would possibly be. Nobody's created it, and I'm not clever enough to create it myself. But it's harpies. Maybe harpies would be good. Because they're still screeching women. Complaining about nothing important. They're still shrill. Kind of ugly, too. But they're not even ugly. Their personalities are just ugly themselves. Harpies might not be bad. It's an older term, so it's not like exactly anything new for the new phenomenon I'm describing here. But I'm sure someone smarter than me can probably make something.
Incel game. If you buy this game, I'm gonna assume you are a pedophile. I feel like it's a breach of ethics at this point to design child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. Like, let's stop with the defenseless girl the big strong man has to protect. This reeks of sexism and control. I hate these father simulator games. They always give me the creeps. This is low-Kirkenuanly fascist propaganda and gives me pedo vibes.
Low-Kirkenuanly.
Wouldn't it be cool if I sneezed right now? Fascist propaganda. If this is fascist propaganda, slap me and call me Adolf. Zoomer women really look at a wholesome game involving a child and wait, what the f is low-Kirkenuanly? After hearing about toxic masculinity for the past like 15 years now, finally a topic comes up where it's overwhelmingly positive masculinity. And what is the response? I think the funniest thing about the Pragmata controversy is that those incels genuinely think they could ever get near enough to a woman to impregnate one. It's not nuanced. Pragmata is blatant pedophilia catered to male gooner gamers. Why are people thinking this is sexual or makes you a pedophile? Because men are notorious for being peds and disgusting humans. They sexualize everything. You are not very smart. A lot of loser males.
Chat. You're men, right? Last time I checked. Actually, I haven't exactly checked if you had a dick or not. That could be kind of weird if I did. Do you sexualize everything? Are you a pedo by chance? I do happen to be a penis haver. Okay, congratulations, you're a pedophile. Simply by existing as a penis haver, you are a pedophile. I fuck couches for real. Okay, JD Vance. Female teachers, anyone, yeah. Like, they have super high rates of, child molesting. They like to go after them teenage boys, after all. You see, I'm straight, because anything that makes me hard as a woman. My P.E.P.E. is rated 18 plus. Oh, not even 17 years. 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Damn. Damn, you have hard standards there. Dale Vanius Teve. Teve? I've never actually tried to pronounce your name before, I'll be honest. Not allowed, at least. Interesting. Anyway. Jay from Subway. This got censored by the AI mod, but I'm gonna read it out anyway, so I'm suicidal. I blew it with a 23-year-old girl who was grooming me when I was 14. I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, thank you, the Watchman, for the $5 reviews. Banshees. Banshees are also pretty good. Harp. I think I kind of like it better than Harpies. Yeah, Banshees instead. Thank you, Deadpool Kid, for the $5 reviews. Old hacks have been here for so long. The witches from fairy tales, the Baba Yaga. They despise the vitality of young in the families. Yeah, but these women here, especially with the use of Lokirkinali from that one, that's not old woman. That's not a hack, right? We're talking about young women who are like 20, between the ages of like 20 and 25, right? Zoomer women, essentially, that have this belief. And obviously, a lot of them are older too, like in their 30s, and jealous that the younger women are getting attention. But it's a problem with women in general, with this whole, oh, you find this childlike character cute and you have protective instincts because you're a man and that's within your biology? Oh, well, you're a pedophile here. Like, just, that's a whole problem within itself. That's a problem with women specifically. Modern, Western women.
Who often turn to gaming are pedos. It is an unconscious strategy to avoid competing with chat, as well as complementing their own pure attorneyness.
What?
All development. What?
Is
Y'all
this
are full of shit talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the f you want to play the game.
I'm sorry. As soon as she didn't block this out, I'm assuming she's gonna call out the flag. But just gotta call out the flag. Just gotta call out the flag. I see the flag opinion disregarded, just like woman.
You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. What? This character does
Actually, hold on. I got distracted by the flag, so I didn't actually hear what she was saying because I'm retarded. Y'all full of shit talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the fuck you want to play the game. You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. Okay, so the tranny flag with the little blonde bimbo slut, when they're talking about a character that is supposed to be child, like it's a child character. Like it's a robot, yes, but like she's supposed to be a child character. That's her whole, appeal of it, right? They're calling a child a blonde bimbo slut. I think that's a horrible mix of jealousy, and I want to check your hard drives. Because who looks at a character like Diana and be like, oh yeah, that's a blonde bimbo slut? No, this is a child. No, I think somebody needs to do a wellness check on you. Because minus the trans flag, nobody looks at the child and be like, yes, let's do, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, a little, I want to get that cunny, I guess. LGBT reproduces via child abuse, true and real. Thank you, the Soul Knight, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. What the actual fuck is pure aterness, and what the hell does that have to do with the men wanting to be fathers playing a game? You know what? Let me look up what the fuck pure aterness is. This is like the faux intellectualism that some people have, where they try to use like smart words or Latin words, or what the case is, to make them sound better and more elite, and therefore you must listen to them. Okay, Google says it is Latin for eternal boy. A Jungian archetype describing an adult whose emotional life remains at an adolescent level, often termed Peter Pan syndrome. Okay. So Peter Pan syndrome. Was that... Wait, hold on. What was...
Crack the...
Sorry. Where was it? As complementing their own... Okay. A lot of loser males who often turn to gaming are pedophiles. It's an unconscious strategy to avoid competing with Chad, as well as complementing their own Peter Pan syndrome. Okay, stall development. So, they're basically calling men... Well, obviously, with the PDFs... But because they're PDFs because they themselves are stunted within the adolescent range. And so therefore it's normal to them, even though it's disgusting. That's why it says it's complementing their own stall development there. I'm not going to try to pronounce that shit again. It's not exactly contradictory, but it's way more messy than it needs to be when this is, one, not a pedo game, and two, men liking video games does not make them have Peter Pan syndrome. They just like video games. Like it's not that deep, man. It's just not that deep, okay? Thank you, Crystals, for being a member for 1 month now. Thank you. Harpies, sirens, succubi, banshees, hags, all terms with a female. I was talking about specifically a term that describes younger women that desperately hate men and everything masculinity stands for. Not just the older men, not just the older women that are like jealous of the younger females getting attention and therefore trying to sabotage them like hags do, right? And not succubi doesn't count because those are the ones that just use sex to control men. I wanted a term specifically for like the younger generation of Zoomer females that inherently strongly hate with a burning fury men, which is a new phenomenon only within the modern age has ever created. Those are all old terms for the female. But this is for various different stages of it and how women can act. But we have a brand new one that's occurring thanks to the modern age. Stacy? Yeah, I'm not sure about Stacy. That's just the high school bitch. You know, the cheerleader who thinks she's the coolest thing ever. Thank you, the Soul Knight, for the $5 dose. And just like that, a self-report by the flag user, the woodchipper thirst for more. Yes, we need more woodchipper for how many that exist. And thank you, Deadpool Kid, for the $5 dose. Thank you. Maybe we bring back the Inquisition. They'll change their minds, or maybe that's their kind of weird kink. I don't think it's their weird kink. I think they're just purely delusional. We do need to bring back the Inquisition completely.
Talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the f you want to play the game. You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. What? This character design creeps me out. Why does she look like a doll? Why is this blonde child with a blowout running around barefoot? I've not yet played the game. Is this expanded on in the plot? Or is this just eye candy for creeps?
I feel like I'm going insane. She just looks like a cute kid to me. Like, that is just literally a cute little kid. I do not see the sexualization, and I am a huge pervert, mind you. I do not see what the f these people are talking about. Are there creepy people on the internet who are sexualizing Diana? Yes, absolutely yes. It is a small minority, but it is still disgusting. In fact, a subreddit had to be shut down because people were making not safe for work art of this child, which honestly is not shocking. it's Reddit. That's not the game's fault. The game has nothing creepy in it. These creepy people.
Yeah, because, like, this is to stick my toes in the water filled with sharks are at the moment because I'm suicidal. There is the lolly debate happening with her because she is a child, right? And she's fictional. I am not a lolicon. I don't like lolly myself. I find it weird. Same with Shodas, that they're in the same book in my book. But at least when it comes to anime and typically regular anime drawn style when it comes with lollies, I just don't care. Like, it's fictional. It's whatever. Like, and there's a whole different, like, types of lollies too. There's, like, the short women that are flat. And then there's the, like, actual literal children. And then there's, like, the teenagers. There's a whole bunch of, like, different categories that kind of go into it that exist out there. And as long as it's not, like, the literal children ones, I just usually don't care. When it gets to the literal children, even with the anime style, it still fucking creeps me out. But at the end of the day, it's fictional. I don't care. Diana, she's technically fictional, but she's hyper-realistic. This is like Uncanny Valley thing. If you're going ooh-woo cunny to her, and it's not a joke, I think you also get the wood chipper myself, personally. Like, there's a difference of level between a cartoon style like anime, where it's unrealistic, to hyper-realistic Uncanny Valley. That's very clearly like 100% a child. No weird qualifications or in-betweens or the cases. There's a difference. There's a difference. And if you're making art of her, then that's wood chipper there. Like, this is too far. A little bit too far. There.
Will always exist, unfortunately. I have made several videos about these people existing. People getting mad here are not getting mad at the people sexualizing Diana. That would be completely understandable. It would make sense if they were going to the accounts that were doing that and calling them creeps, but no. They're for some reason just getting mad at people liking and enjoying the game. They're just spurging out and randomly calling everyone and anyone incels.
Why did they make her look like a porn star, though?
What?
Why is the child sexy? Are you okay? These Twitter freaks see a child, immediately sexualize them, and think everyone else is as creepy as they are. Like, no bitch, that's you! And Reddit! You and Reddit! There is nothing in this video game that caters to the freaks except for the fact that Diana is a child. Compare that—
Hold on.
That caters to the freaks except for the fact that Diana—
Alright, I wanted to get the screen grab here with her. Okay, so I don't think she was going to talk about this, so I'll bring it up. I do think, and maybe I'm going off the deep end here, I do think part of the problem that they have with Diana is that she's a white, blonde hair girl. Like I said, I might be going off the deep end. I might be fighting ghosts here and you know, punching at shadows. But the whole sexualization of her, the fact that she looks like a porn star, she just looks like your average white blonde-haired child. But there is a— how do I word this exactly here without if I don't, then it's gonna sound weird, right? But it has been well established and studied at this point that white people are more desirable, when, at least on dating apps. White people are considered more attractive on average across the board with all races, with the only exception being white men finding more Asian women more attractive, and those are usually the Japanese and the Chinese, more specifically in that case. But across the board, all races find white women the most attractive and most desirable one. And they're top rated even when, like, with beauty, with acting, with everything. And a lot of these third world cultures, especially India, that's the prime example there, where the only time they ever see white women is through porn. And there's definitely a lot of white woman porn out there. There's not actually a lot of black porn. Like, there's black porn where the white woman's getting fucked by a black man as a form of racial revenge and disgusting fetish material. But there's not a lot of black women being fucked. There's not a lot of Indian women being fucked. There's mostly white women and then Asians. There's definitely, I feel like there's something going on there, which is why they have that one person who tweeted that she looks like a porn star. I don't know obviously what ethnicity they are, where they come from themselves, but I definitely do think with all that factored in, like I said, Diana just looks like a white child, right? A white blonde-haired child that you would find in like Midwest America that's not actually fat, because unfortunately a lot of the white girls are becoming fat even from young ages, which is a little bit of a different story. I do think there's gotta be some sort of there's definitely some sort of racial aspect about it too. Like I said, maybe I'm just too far off the break it from the deep end here when I'm left with my racism, but there's just definitely seems to be that aspect with all their complaints with it. Maul, are you implying nuns are a bunch of deviants that don't need to be anywhere near our countries? Not very stunning and brave of you. Oh, how dare I go against the norm here. My childhood crush was Nicole Kidman, something about red hair and green eyes. I don't know who she is, but there is a ginger genocide happening and it's sad. Very, very sad. There.
As a child. Compare that to like Cuties, where there were up closes of real children twerking. That is media. That is catering to those people. An article recently came out from the outlet
I know I should let the video play, but she brought up Cuties, and I just want to say that shit was fucking disgusting. And the fact that they allowed it even through all the current controversy is saying something about Netflix. I feel like more people need to get their hard drives checked, but okay, carry on.
Gamer that in the beginning talks about what happened on the Reddit and how disgusting some people are being towards the character Diana. Okay, fair enough, I agree. But then towards the end, the author throws in something very telling.
I have not yet played Pragmata, and that's because I'm a little tapped out on stories where men adopt daughter-like figures and prove their masculinity by protecting them.
That is their real problem. Men protecting people. That's just them proving their masculinity. And as we all know, masculinity bad.
Blatantly not fuel, whether you agree with it or not. The average attraction trope on a little girl, blonde, blue.
There we go. Blonde and blue eyes. I fucking called it. That because these nuns and these leftists hate traditional beauty standards, and that is white girls with blonde eyes and blonde hair and blue eyes, or green eyes and ginger hair, right? Because there's a whole ginger epidemic. Like every single ginger that's ever existed has been replaced by a fucking fat black woman, like April from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles turning into that disgusting blob recently. Like they hate white beauty, and that is specifically only within white people that are 1, white, 2, have blue eyes, and 3, are they're blonde. You can't get that from the rest of the world, right? White people are only 8% of the population. It's also the only population where you do have the blue eyes and the blonde hair, or the green eyes and the ginger hair. Like those are very unique colors, or anything kind of like in between there. The rest of the world is shit-skinned with shit-colored eyes and shit-colored hair. Now, there's obviously different facial features and skeletal features that happen with them. Obviously, Indians look different than the blacks in Africa, right? The Africans. And different Africans look different places. I found out recently, which I should say recently, but that there's like even African, continental African racism between the different countries, where the lighter skinned ones consider them superior than the darker skinned ones. It's actually kind of hilarious. But it's very telling that they hate the whole blonde hair, blue eyes trope. I fucking called it here.
Blue eyes? I mean, the whole game is low-key Nazi propaganda, to be fair. I think the men who play this are probably creepy, but how is it Nazi propaganda? Blonde, blue-eyed toddler and tiaras looking white girl you have to save is literally Nazi propaganda straight out of the 1930s, dude. Sorry, I don't see it. Ugh, I really don't have the energy to deal with this. Just use your brain.
Sorry, I don't have the energy to explain my schizophrenic paranoid delusion. Good. I don't have the energy to listen to it. Listen, I know we're all used to seeing gay, black, Hispanic, disabled furries in media lately, but I promise you, white people still exist. It's not Nazi propaganda.
I feel like this girl character is an objectification of the idealized child. She's pulled right from the patriarchal white supremacist imagination, the perfect pure white girl child that must be protected so she can produce the next white generation.
It's just racial hated. They just hate white people. They just hate white people. It's that simple. Oh, that was a good edit. Unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes. Hell yeah, that's me. I'm an online prostitute.
Anyway.
Funny how y'all have paternal instincts for a child with a model woman's face plastered on it. Make her look like an actual kid with missing teeth, short hair, bare face, snot, and see if those instincts kick in the same. This game is openly catering to pedos.
You take the child character, who's supposed to be like 10 years old roughly, which is still a child, and you make her more of a child, like she's 5 years old, which will still actually kick in the paternal instincts regardless of the case. But as a way to be like, oh, this game openly caters to pedos, the gaslight's over. Like, that's not a gotcha. You're making the child character look even more like a child, even more uncanny valley, hyper-realistic thing. As a gotcha to them being pedos, like, you're hurting yourself in confusion here. Like, that's not how it works. Like, if the pedos would like the even more realistic childlike thing. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Gaslighting is over.
Wait, I'm trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage. So we make her look more like a child in order to not cater to pedophiles? Am I following that correctly?
Also, the face on the left is like a child 6 to 7 years old, and the one on the right is like a 3-year-old. Diana's a robot kid. She's not a robot toddler. Also, again, she looks like a kid. Am I going insane? Like, that looks just like a little kid. Do they just want her to look ugly? Is that what this is? They want her to be ugly? Like,
yes, they want her brown with the big wide monkey nose and fat. And that's it. Like, that's what they want. They want her to be like 15 years old and sassy and doesn't speak to no man because she's a strong, independent girl boss and oh shit, you know, that kind of deal. Because that patriarchal white man in the spacesuit is trying to save her ass. That's what they want. That's what they fucking want.
I need more brain damage. Hold on.
Weeb incel gamers LARPing saying, ooh, I want to be a dad now, because they're manipulative, creepy freaks and like the ooh little girl with the model face, especially the lolicons, obviously. The devs know the male gamers hate a realistic or ugly child, because that's not what they're playing for. If they made her look like a realistic, ugly child, none of them would be saying this.
Okay, now we're getting into the antinatalism. Because they're trying to say a realistic ugly child. Like, yes, there's obviously ugly children out there that have been struck by God. And, you know, I feel bad for them when they grow up. But children are just children? She looks like a regular white child? Once again, like, they're trying to be like, oh, like, we need a realistic, like, ugly child. Trying to basically say that children inherently are ugly. And gremlins, disgusting gremlins that people hate. This is anti-nihilistic propaganda happening here because they themselves hate children and want them eradicated because they have their own daddy issues themselves and been propagandized for the past 20 years. And so therefore they see children as the threat to the environment because if you have more children then the global population increases and you know we gotta save the turtles. And then, you know, we can't have white people producing because white people are inherently evil, but we're gonna keep on sending US aid to Africa because the starving children there. But that's different because they're brown. But we hate white kids because once again, it always goes back to the race thing. That's always the undercurrent about all this stuff too. But they just hate children because they see them as a continuation of the human race, and they hate their own lives, and they don't want to, in their eyes and their brain, to continue on that suffering.
First of all, why are they acting like it's realistic to portray children as ugly and disgusting? Children are not ugly and disgusting. Like, they're cute and adorable. That's what they're known for. Like, yes, she's made to look cute. Yes. That's how you know this game was not made by Western video game developers. That's how you know there was no Liliths on the dev team here. You guys would lose your shit while playing BioShock. Actually, BioShock is a really good example of this design working right. The little sisters are all gross and have gray-green skin. No, you don't understand. Everything around me must be ugly as f*** or I will furiously start masturbating. This all sounds like 2014 discourse, because it is 2014 discourse. Please don't let there be Gamergate 2.0. Who's going to be the shoe on head 2.0 to emerge from the Gamergate 2.0? If she's listening now, just, this might sound very vague, but don't. That thing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Chat, can I be the shoe on head 2.0? I don't think I can, because I'm a VTuber. But also, we kind of already had a Gamergate 2.0, because but then again, we never actually left Gamergate. That's the thing, right? Like, this discourse has never died, because it's never left. Like we can't have a 2.0 unless it actually does disappear, but it hasn't. The SJWs have evolved into being the woke intersectionality. I was doing a good job there, then it was failing. Anyway. But the SJWs have turned into the wokies, let's say, right? They have increased with their intersectionality even further. Like, it has doubled down. We got an old Gamergate term, right, was the totem of oppression, right? Or oppression Olympics as well, where it was built upon, women are the most oppressed, but then it was like, but if you're a brown woman, you're even more oppressed, and if you're a trans brown woman, you're even more oppressed, and if you're a disabled trans brown woman, you're the most oppressed. The oppression Olympics, trying to see who gets the most points for favoritism within the back in the day, social justice, aka why they're called social justice warriors. There. I should have said AKA. That doesn't make logical sense. I'm not exactly making good argument for why it should be the shoe on head 2.0. I'm not funny. I'm not eloquent enough. I stumble over my words way too much for this shit. Plus that is a mantle, right? That's a high honor to have, and I don't think I want that responsibility, because I'm a good woman and I avoid responsibility and accountability like the plague. But no, we never left because the problems are still there. Like, we still have feminism running rampant and telling girls to be the girl bosses and strong independent woman, don't need no man type of deal. Go to college, don't have children. There's still the women still believe in the patriarchy and the wage gap and the rape culture. All that fun stuff that goes within it. Now it's a lot more colored, literally, as we have the racism, the racismus, and the all the other bullshit that goes into intersectionality too, with like the transphobia and the homophobia, all the ists and the obes that did already exist in Gamergate, but the main point of Gamergate was the feminism stuff, because you had Nina Sarkeesian of Feminist Frequency making these videos about how women are too sexualized and is oppressing women that way, and you have like Pink News making articles about rape culture, and you had Mattress Girl, who that fucking slut who would drag her mattress around college campus saying that, oh, she was oppressed, and then a few years later comes out saying she's lying about the story about being raped. Imagine my shock. Woman lying about being raped. Wow, it keeps happening, doesn't it? Like, there's probably more blasts from the past that I could, I could maybe bring up if one I remembered, and two, like, this shit never leaves. Never leaves. Like, there's the Sukino stuff, right? Same thing as Mattress Girl. All these girls coming out and being like, oh, this guy, he had sex with me, and I regret it, so therefore it's rape now. And he manipulated me as I was a pure, innocent 20-year-olds. You know, how dare he manipulate me and have multiple other girlfriends and all this other stuff. Like, okay, yeah, he's a cheater, he's a piece of shit, but you yourself are the slut for having sex with him and you know, and not taking any responsibility for yourself here, and not realizing that, hey, maybe this big streamer probably has other girlfriends too. Like, just, it's the same thing. It's still Me Too, right? He's the Harvey Weinstein of 2026. You know, we're blast from the past there from 2016. Like, it still happens. It still happens, and until we actually fix the culture. And the only way to fix it is through politics, to get rid of feminism, to get rid of the brownoids, to get rid of the communists. Because at the end of the day, feminism is just Marxism, but for women, right? Intersectionality is just, once again, Marxism, but for skin color. There. The whole LGBTQ is just, once again, Marxism, but for the trainees and the gays. It's all within left-wing psychobabble there. And until you actually get rid of it, root and stem, it's not going to go away. So then it's never going to die. So you're going to have the male gaze, you're going to have rape culture, you're going to have mansplaining and manspreading. All these old terms resurface again because all the problems are still there. Anyway, rant over for now. Let's continue the video.
Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the tram?
Uh-huh. I drew it.
The memes of this are absolutely hilarious, by the way, but I can't show them on YouTube for obvious reasons.
It's for you.
Look at that. You wrote your name, too. Not half bad, kiddo.
This robot girl makes me uncomfortable, and the fact that I haven't seen female gamers fawn over her is interesting. I've seen more clips of her and that man, and that is not how kids behave. Something weird is going on here.
You've never been around
something
kids.
Weird going on here is you, ma'am. You are the something weird. Men like the Father Simulator game where you have to protect a small child and shoot up a bunch of robots in space? Suspicious! Also, I have seen plenty of female gamers fawn over this character.
Me. Yeah. Okay, everything's normal here.
Who would win? Decades of anti-natalist propaganda? One little bean. There were even women cosplaying as her. And when women even expressed how cute they thought Diana was, they're also met with this.
Oh my god, Diana is so precious and adorable. I'm gonna love this game. Thanks for telling everyone why you want to play the game, before you make up some other excuse to hide your pedophilia. What? Water guns are the best. I like it just as much as crayons. I like how the sand feels on my toes. I press down and sink in. Children don't act like this. This is how someone who fetishizes fatherhood wants children to behave. To normal people, it's actually deeply off-putting.
The best part was all the action.
Okay, well, I guess she's supposed to be a child character happening here, but she's also still technically a robot who is... I haven't played the game myself. I probably should have done this little PSA at the beginning of the video, but I haven't played the game myself. I honestly probably won't play the game. It doesn't really interest me. I'm not exactly interested in, like, sci-fi, semi-dystopian, spacey stuff. That's not my thing. I like medieval fantasy myself personally, and I have a bunch of games to play in the channel already there. But she's a robot, and the whole point of her is to live, like, she's living the experiences of being human because she's made to obviously look human, but she's still a robot. And so the fact that she's like, I like how the sand feels on my toes, I press in and sink in. That's the robot side kind of coming out, and of her being like, you know, learning how she's to be human experience. Because there's both layers happening there. Obviously, most of it is her being a kid, but there's still the robot side of the story too. Like, are you stupid? Delusional? Like, what? Not to mention, kids say they are really authentic. They say the most random stuff. Like, I saw a post earlier today from somebody I follow where they told their son that they're gonna have a girl, and but they were gonna have a girl before this one, but they had a miscarriage, and unfortunately, obviously the baby passed away because of it. And the boy responded with, I hope this one goes to heaven too. And it wasn't actually like a death threat or anything like that. It's just simply like the 3-year-olds was just kind of like, oh, you know, not really understanding how it actually works, because he sees heaven as like a good thing, because that's what they're raising him to be. But like, you know, because then apparently the next thing the kid did was run over to his mom and hug it and said he can't wait for the baby to come, right? It's not like the 3-year-old actually wants the baby to die. It's just they're a little autistic, and they're learning how things work, and so they can say the most wild shit, not knowing the social norms that go into it, because they're still children. Like, this is kind of, maybe it's not super wild like this case, like I kind of gave, but they still say the very blatant, obvious things, not realizing the social consequences or how kind of retarded it sounds. Like, it's still okay. It's still good. It's not being a PDF here. Like, it's not that deep.
Off-putting. The best part was all the actual parents, like, replying to these people like, yeah, no, that is literally how my 5-year-old acts. Like, yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Fetishizing fuck. You mean the human desire to procreate and start a family? Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family? Maybe have a house, 2 dogs? You sick fuck. We've reached radioactive levels of incel propaganda. What the f does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got thousands of likes. I feel like I am going insane. Where does the incel part come from? Like, they want—
Incel is just an insult for men. That's all that it is. Just an insult for men. Doesn't actually mean much of anything anymore, but it's supposed to be derogatory. Kind of hard to be derogatory where there's no meaning behind the word, but the left knows what it means in their eyes, which is basically men, and they hate men, and so therefore it's derogatory to be a man. That's what incel means these days. Not involuntary celibate, which is the actual meaning of it, is a man who can't get laid and get a girlfriend, against all odds, no matter how hard he tries, hence why it's involuntary that he's celibate. But no, it's just because they hate fucking men. That's all that matters.
Want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then they're just called Nazis or incels or both. Usually both. It's usually a package deal. And this tweet came from a man, to make things worse. A grown-ass man saw another grown-ass man speaking about the normal human desire to want a family and want children one day, and called him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
In any case, what is—
That's just a male feminist. And yes, Hassan Piker, the man, the myth, the legend of the cockroaches of themselves. I like he's now got a Kaya cam in the corner to show that he's not in fact actually abusing his dog. Is a male feminist. And if we're going to be bringing up Gamergate in 2016 and blasting the past, male feminists are notorious for not actually respecting women like they so claim to be, as they tip their fedora. They tend to be a little bit more handsy with the woman. You could say a bit violent with them, even though on the outside they proclaim that they want to fight the patriarchy, that they, want to break the glass ceiling for women and stop the wage gap. They don't objectify women themselves. They don't use the male gaze because they're better than that, right? Because they're the male feminists. They want to help women with their causes. Yeah, behind the scenes they get a little bit grabby. And not in the good way, to say the least. No.
Is this Capcom's Pragmata? Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh as soldier. stranded on a ruined lunar research station as his job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right?
I moved myself that way. I know I was covering the cockroach, okay? I know you probably don't actually want to see the cockroach, but it's kind of important when he's talking, right? But the fact he's just like, yeah, by the way, incel loser, cha, you're never gonna have a family. You're gonna die alone. Why should you actually care? About children. Why should you even want to have children? You're not gonna have that ever. You're just gonna die alone. Awful. Horrible. Despicable. Have you considered that maybe these people want to try? That maybe these men actually want to try to have relationships and find a girlfriend, marry her, and settle down and have kids? I know, fascinating concept that men and women are actually supposed to be together and have kids in the first place, but it's kind of a process in the modern culture called dating. You know, there's something called dating where you actually meet the woman first, and after a couple of years of being together, then you actually get married. I know, actually it shouldn't even work like that in my personal opinion anymore, because obviously it's not working, but regardless, that's the case. But heaven forbid these guys yearn, right? Heaven forbid men yearn to actually want something more than just themselves. Says the champagne socialist living in his multi-million-dollar mansion with his abused dog in the corner as he goes back to Cuba and stays at that 5-star hotel that he actually shouldn't technically be in, and it causes a power outage within the country itself. How dare men that are lower than him actually want something more than the wealth that he has? Like, ugh. Absolutely horrible person. Absolutely horrible person here. I feel like Assad is projecting so hard right now because dude smells like ass and people will even cover their nose live on camera and not to smell him. I don't think he even has a stable relationship. Supposedly he's dating a Twitch thought named Valkyrie who's like 35, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't keep with Hassan news. I don't really care about Hassan. Like, I know he's not irrelevant, but I also don't think he's relevant enough to really care too much. Other than a good figure that point to a Twitch for double standards. Excuse me. How dare you want things, Wages? I know, you should just suffer in the coal mines so Hassan Piker has his lemon water, and power, or whatever little figurines he's got in the background too. I don't know if Hassan does, okay? Listen, I just know he's got a shit ton of money. Send the Candyman to his house. Hassan Piker! I'm coming to kill you! In the ring. No, in real life! Thank you, Deadpool Kid, for the $2 news. Thank you. Hassan Piker wore a maid's outfit with cat ears. True. Once again, male feminist, gay coded. I God help him if he ever, listen, I'm not saying he does have any allegations, but I would not be surprised if he has any allegations against him by a woman if they ever come out. Like, when Hassan starts really falling down the hill, because right now he's like the leftist streamer, right? Vosh has disappeared after his lolly horse porn leak thing that has happened. Supposedly he's doing well, but nobody talks about him, so he's like stuck within his own little circle of lefties. Destiny has fallen off. As well. Nobody really talks about him. He's supposed to be the reasonable centrist, even though he keeps on calling for Trump to be assassinated, including a couple days ago too, as well. Like, Hassan's like the last red tuber that's still relatively relevant. And he's not even relevant in the sense of like he's influential with leftists. He's relevant for the sense of Twitch double standards and his connections with the Young Turks. And the fact that he's a foreigner and needs to be deported, right? He's like a punching bag. That's all he really actually is. Hassan has sex with underage prostitutes in Germany. Doesn't everyone know this? Not everyone knows this, and frankly, I often forget about it. I know I shouldn't, but like since nothing's been done about it, it's just like, oh yeah, that's right. It's another shitty thing Hassan does. Oh, let's add it to number 1152 once again. Like, it's just add it to the list. I'm not a Hassan A-logger myself. I don't actually care about him that much. There. Thank you, the Watchman, for the $5 videos. Thank you. Neurona, a lady face sea serpent, and Lamia, a snake lady who hunt males and kids, and Medusa, who turns men to stone. Well, you're talking about old-timey words for women. Yeah, I mean, I know about those. But those are hunting males and kids. These women aren't hunting males and kids. They want somebody else to hunt them and be eradicated. And thank you, the Soul Knight, for the $5 videos. Thank you. You've been awfully generous tonight. Thank you. I can actually confirm this. I was at grocery shopping today, and there's a little kid that looked just like Diana. It's not that deep. Thank you. There. Also, I know the goal for the P.E.P.E has ended, but you guys have technically, in a way, hit the goal, even though the goal's not technically active because YouTube is YouTube. So I will don the P.E.P.E hoodie there. The P.E.P.E hoodie has been on, which is good for React videos like this.
This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh well, guess not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all, what is this nihilistic horseshit? Yeah, never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meaning. This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Something weird about a man who could easily, consensually get sex from a woman, but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying. Also, 35? No kids? Like, I'm sorry.
He's got a point. Though I think that brothel, if it actually does, have younger, allegedly have younger women in there, that could be possibly why he was into that specifically. Once again, allegedly there. Like, I never understood the whole mentality of not liking or supporting something if it doesn't affect you. Like, there's a certain level to it, right? Because he's constantly talking about Gaza and the Israel-Palestine conflict. I don't care about that because it's a foreign country in the Middle East that honestly has problems with the entirety of human history. It's never really been stable before. Like, I don't care about that because it doesn't affect me because it's a foreign country. But during Gamergate, even though I'm a fake gamer, I'm a tourist, I'm a grifter here, right? I haven't played the vast majority of games that have existed because I didn't have a computer. I did have a Wii and eventually a Switch, but my parents were really tight on what video games I could play and everything along those lines. They try to keep me sheltered underneath the rock as best as they could. I knew about games through YouTube, which my parents were too old to really understand how YouTube actually worked, and so that was able to slip through their cracks there. And so I just lived vicariously watching Markiplier and other YouTubers playing various games. But because I did have a Wii and eventually a Switch, I was in love with the Zelda series. That's my favorite franchise, is The Legend of Zelda. And when I did get into politics and specifically Gamergate, even though I was watching all these other game franchises like Halo, World of Warcraft, eventually Warhammer, though that's a little bit more recent in the past few years. Fallout, and just like Ubisoft in general. Like all these new modern AAA games coming out with all these fat black trans women and everything else like that that have happened over the ages. I didn't want that happening to my Zelda, even though I knew Nintendo was a little bit better when it comes to this stuff because they're Japanese. The last thing I wanted was my favorite shows, was my favorite things, being turned into what we now call woke slop there, because I could see how the winds are blowing and I was trying to change that because I didn't support it myself, right? I like sexy females in video games because sexy females are hot. Like, I like tits and ass too. Like, this is kind of how it works, right? You know, I don't want the fat black trannies in there because nobody likes fat black trannies and it's not helpful for the game. Like, it's not a hard concept to actually try to support people or things and sympathize with them when you can understand that the problem may eventually affect you with enough time, or does affect you, or just because you have empathy. Maybe I should say empathy because that's such a left-wing coded term at this point, right? But like, just you can sympathize with them because you wouldn't want that to happen to you, right? It's the old phrase of like, do unto others as you want to be treated. Same kind of situation here, like with it. Same with men's issues, right? Like, I used to be big in the MGTOW, even though I myself was a woman, right? The whole MGTOW stands for men going their own way, but I was a big into MGTOW back in the day because I could see the winds were blowing with how women were acting, and I hated it, and so I didn't blame men for wanting to go their own way for it. Now I'm not as supportive of it, even though women have gotten worse because I'm more family centered and I recognize that, you know, we need to be having kids and family the only way to fix this stuff, but I still sympathize with it because I still don't blame men for wanting to go their own way with how shitty women are, which is why I say we should bring the robots. that would be a good predator for women. Like there. Anyway, so I'm getting way off the beaten path here. Let's get back to the video here.
That just pisses me off. Like, sitting in his ugly ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse, looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally mind raped that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome concept. Like, literally, no joke, the entire meaning of life is somehow confusing to Hassan Piker, anti-natalist. If I saw a child
Another
that looked like
tranny.
that, I'd probably attack it. I felt like hitting her. The right-wing nutjobs seeing this and feeling paternal instincts are just predators. The only instinct I feel as a man right now is self-defense. I want to kill it. Yes, the ones saying they want to protect a kid are the predators, not the ones saying they want to kill it. The only thing I felt while watching this is pure bloodlust for that annoying creature. I hate children so much. Before you come at me, yes, I'm a 35-year-old crazy cat lady and proud of it. Stay mad.
Okay, this one definitely has been completely addled by SSRIs, birth control, and a bunch of other drugs probably at this point. Because it's not normal to look at a cute child as a woman and want to just murder it like this and hate children. You are either severely abused at a young age, which is highly likely, or you've completely fucked up your body so severely with the fake hormones at this point that you're just completely ruined. You're just literally fried, cooked, as the kids say here. That's not a normal reaction. Like, if it's the other ones, I kind of assumed were men saying that for some reason. Maybe that's my misandry coming out right there, because there is cuteness aggression. I might be wrong here, and chat can correct me, but I believe it's a smaller amygdala causes cuteness aggression, where you see something cute and you want to kill it. That's not a good thing. It's a biological problem within you, and you should not have kids. It's usually a low IQ, low impulse control problem. Like that's not normal for a functioning society. In fact, that's why a lot of these backwater third world countries have lots of infant deaths as well. Like it's not a good thing. It's a little bit of a self-report. A little bit of a self-report going on right there, dude. Yeah.
First of all, every time you see a little smiley face like that, that's how you know that person is madder than they've ever been in their entire life. Listen, obviously if you simply don't want kids, that's fine, like whatever. Not everyone wants kids, not everyone wants to be a parent. But the societal attitude—
That is still wrong in my opinion. I'm not saying it's only not wanting to be a parent is a luxury in the modern age. It's not normal to not have kids. It's a very much a modern concept in the past 80 years that this has happened. Beforehand, it was everyone had kids. Everyone got married and reproduced and had multiple kids because that's the only way the community and your bloodline could stay alive. And it's only been recently where you have this luxury to not do so because the population has exploded so much that the white population has gone down, but the overall global population has exploded so much. We live a life of luxury, of materialism, where you can now watch a retarded woman on the internet yap incessantly with another woman on the internet here, through your screen, and you get, as much food as you want. You go wake up at work and go into your wage slave and you go home tired and you have no purpose in life because everything's all screwed up. And so you do have this luxury to not have kids. Before, back in the past, you literally need kids to survive because who else is going to work the farm? Who's going to take over the family business? Who's going to learn the trade? The trades there. Like, I mean, yes, there was terms for like spinsters were for women who were unmarried after 25 and didn't actually have kids. But those were very far and few between. Same with like bachelors, older men who didn't actually get married and have kids too. Like that's still very far and few between. A luxury to have. It's not normal to not want to have kids. It's you're supposed to have kids. It's literally how humans work.
The difference between men and women here, how they handle this situation is so, like, fascinating to me.
I'm probably never having kids. I'm probably gonna play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably gonna be as hot for as long as I can. And I'm probably gonna keep making money. That's probably what's gonna happen for the next 40 years until people are just gonna keep being mad at me about it. Menopause is gonna hit me like a brick wall, but at least I will be in the bag until then. You don't want kids? I'll do it whenever I want. I don't think I'm running out of time.
Absolute delusion. I feel like a lot of men in this situation are like, damn, I wish I had a family. That sucks. Women overcompensate and they pretend to be proud of it, and it just comes off as really kind of sad. And I guess it's like, as a woman for a long time, it's like, oh, you're too young to have kids. Don't have kids. It will ruin your life and your body and your career. Don't have children. And then all of a sudden you hit a certain age and it's like, your eggs, ma'am. I get it. It's frustrating. I get it. I hid my pregnancy from the internet. Nobody knew I was pregnant. Well, some of you guessed. That was fat as f, but anyway, I
was gonna say, she's really skinny in this video, but I knew she was, bigger because of the pregnancy here. Damn, that's a night and day difference now that I'm actually looking at it. Well, like, she still looks relatively pretty, but like she's pregnant because she's fat here. Like, like that happens. But she was not completely incorrect with the whole, like, you shouldn't have kids when you're young, blah, 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 you're wasting your life, and then all of a sudden hit 30 and it's, like, demanding that. But it's mostly the internet that's going to, like, the anti-egg carton memes, because it's the men calling out women for their selfish behavior. Maybe because I live with a literal boomer dad, but he's not really like that. Personally, it doesn't really happen in my life too much. I know he's frustrated that none of my siblings have kids, mine and my brother, and that's a whole different can of worms in itself with my brother and his kid. So there's definitely a little bit of an aspect there. But it's a society problem overall that you're literally from the day that you're born, you're taught to hate men, that you are a special little snowflake as a woman. You go through the school and indoctrinated further, and then you're sent from high school to college, and then from college to your career. And if you dare have a break with it, you can't have a career whatsoever. It's a pipeline. So no wonder women aren't settling down and having kids till they're 30, because they have to go spend at least 4 years in college until they're 24, you know, and then they have to have their career for a while. They actually get started off the ground so they can actually say they did something with their life. Like, you can't exactly blame women for that when society is literally set up for them to do so, and it's almost impossible for mom to actually be homemakers and raise their kids.
I hid it from the internet, and while I was like 5 months pregnant, I was getting tweets from like groypers and like, TikTok, your eggs are drying up. But this like, you haters, I got my cats. Enough. Stop spreading that attitude. Stop being a crab in a bucket. Like, even if you don't have children, that's fine. You could find other meaning in your life, obviously. But don't encourage that type of mindset. The amount of anti-natalist propaganda young men and young women see nowadays is like insane. But the biggest anti-natalist propaganda has to be like $3,000 rent, $2,000 daycare, and student debt, honestly. Like, if we're being honest. It's just sad because, like, through all of history, like, imagine your ancestors, they've been through like war and famine, and you're just gonna end your bloodline because the rent is too high. But it's understandable. They don't feel like they can support a child. They can barely support themselves, especially on one income, like how it used to be. Those days are gone. You know, if I was president and I wanted to make America great again, that would be the thing I focus on the most. But no, we have to do another bullshit war in the Middle East. Okay, whatever, we're not going into that.
Shu is literally me. I love Shu. Just saying. That's basically how I feel too. Because I brought this up before. Like, when I talk about how just need to settle down and have kids too, the whole war and famine thing, like that's been my kick recently. And like, and then you look at all these NWAs and in America on EBT, all these different welfare programs. Go look at Africa and everything like that. They're popping out kids like crazy. So the whole financial thing is just an excuse, in my personal opinion, because the poorest, right? I get maybe I shouldn't use NWAs as an example because they are low impulse, they are low IQ, but they're still having kids. And white people need to have kids. And if you're smart about various things, you can lower the cost about having kids. Together. Like, you can not send the kid to daycare because the woman's job just basically pays for daycare these days because she's not making that much money. She's not making more than 40 grand a year in most cases for most women. Excuse me. And that's basically the daycare cost at this point when you like total it all together. Diapers, for example, right? Instead of actually buying the diapers from Walmart, which is diapers are one of the most expensive items when you have a baby. You can just get cloth diapers, and yes, they're a little bit more disgusting, so you can't just throw them away and you have to wash them yourself, but you have a washing machine you can put it in. Or if you don't have a washing machine, go to the laundromat, just don't get shut up there. Like, that's a huge way to reduce costs for children there. Go to the Goodwill, or go to your local thrift shop and get the donation clothes, because even though people aren't having kids, I'm sure you can still probably find some kid clothes from the older generations that were. Right? Like, there are different... You can go to the food bank. I know the food bank usually has regulations for how much money you make, but if you are broke, then, you know, that's one way to go about it. There are so many different ways that you can help reduce costs financially to have kids without being reliant on the welfare state, though at the same time, you know, you might as well, right? You might as well. If the Somalians can get away with it in fucking Minnesota, you can too. Anyways, to make it work, so just have kids. Marry and reproduce. Yeah. Like...
Not in this video. Lots of strange reactions to this game. Let's clear some things up. Childless men do not have paternal instincts the way childless women have maternal instincts. Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically, those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else's. Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over cute kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he's likely a predator. What? Okay, first of all, even from like anecdotal common sense, this is just not true. This is obviously bullshit. Research literally shows that childless men experience like the desire for fatherhood almost just as much as childless women experience the desire for motherhood. Apparently, young men want children more than young women do nowadays. Many men, including childless men, exhibit caregiving, protective responses to infants, even if they're not their own. All through history, men have protected, mentored, even died for kids that weren't their own. Also, with this logic, like, uncles, stepdads, adoptive fathers, like, anyone like that is a predator. Like, men just have the protector gene, and this game just activates it. It's really not deeper than that. Yes, it's true men don't have maternal instincts, but men do have paternal instincts. There's a reason this game is about protecting her from evil robots in space and not, like, I don't know, breastfeeding her. Yes, women and men are different. And a huge factor in this very popular trope is that the man gradually develops paternal instincts over the child despite his stoic, emotionally distant, masculine nature. These gamers are experiencing that through the main character. If Capcom's goal with Pragmata was to make everyone who plays this game want to be a parent, then they've done an amazing job. I always sit back when Diana starts playing and think to myself, so this is what it's like to have a daughter? She's so cute. And for the record, yes, that is what having kids is like. It's also not so fun stuff and lots of responsibility, but the good parts completely outweigh the bad and make it all worth it. There were hundreds of tweets from people, mostly childless people, mind you, being like, that's not what having a child is like, actually, you stupid gamer. It's actually terrible and awful. Men like this view having a daughter like having a pet dog. Once she grows up and isn't a cute little girl anymore, they'll begin to resent her. Men really do want kids the way kids want a puppy. All the fun, but none of the responsibilities. I don't like the way you guys talk about children. Like, they aren't toys. People will lose their minds when they realize that kids aren't like a dog or cat. They're a goddamn nightmare. Watching a child play with a toy and actually raising a child are two completely separate things. Kids are adorable when they're calm and playful, but little demons when they're screaming, snotting, and destroying your shit and keeping you up at night. Men really think having children is easy and fun. It's not so fun when they're pissing and shit and crying non-stop. Do you have kids? No, and I got my tube side 3 years ago, but thanks for asking. Wow.
Once again, more antinatalist propaganda. Yes, having kids sucks sometimes when they are being little shits, when they are pissing and crying and shitting themselves, when they are throwing a tantrum in Walmart, or and all that fun stuff, or the first, year when they don't sleep very well at night, when they're a baby, right? But, like, there's lots of good moments in there too. It's just like surprise, surprise, babies and children are humans. You don't have a perfect 10 out of 10 relationship with your parents or your significant other or even your favorite streamer all the time, right? Like, people are human, they make mistakes, they get upset, they do stupid things. Like, you're not gonna have rainbows and roses with every single human interaction you have on the face of human history. Children are the same way, except it's actually a lot more wholesome and better because they're your own kids and they're innocent and you're trying to actually make them better. And so yeah, it kind of sucks in those moments, but you deal with it and it makes the good times even better. And you work on it. That's just what having a child is like. And this propaganda is awful. It's poison. This is not something I really talk about that often. Actually, I don't think I've ever really mentioned this before. But back when I was an actual SJW, like a legitimate SJW back in the day, when I was between 12 and 14 years old, I was actually heavily anti-natalist. I hated kids with a passion. I didn't want them all like eradicating anything like that, but I wanted nothing to do with kids. If people ever told me that I should be a babysitter, I scoffed at them and was revolted by it because I hated kids. I didn't want to deal with the tantrums and the crying, the snot, and all that fun stuff. When people would say, "Oh, you'll change your mind one day. You want to be a mom," I laughed at them and everything like that. With it. But because I would hear all these horrible stories about how kids are, like how they get no sleep, when they're a baby, how you constantly have to change their diaper, the different problems you could have, like illnesses that the children can have, the tantrums that you would hear at Walmart always seem to be with nuns, but I was too young to kind of realize that when I was younger. And very other problems, right? Like this was like shoved in my face constantly because women would be constantly complaining about their kids and how much they hated them and all the different problems. There wasn't many, unfortunately, there wasn't many children in my class that had younger siblings, but a couple of them do, and then they would complain about their siblings and the problems they would cause for them and their parents. So I was just like constantly surrounded by all this, you know, talk about how awful kids are. And so it's like, okay, I don't want kids because why would I want to go through that hell? Right? Why do I want to ruin my body and be ugly for this demon child? Like, I actually wanted to get my tubes tied in my early 20s. And my sister would actually, once again, this is back when she was more of a feminist too. She supported me in that, but she warned me that doctors probably won't do that because they say that, you know, you're going to change your mind later, you're going to regret this. Which obviously I did change my mind within a few years. By the time I was like 16, I was kind of over that by the time I was like 16. But it was still a big part of my life there where I hated kids. But guess what? I was also never actually around kids. I didn't babysit. I had no younger siblings. I never interacted with my friends' younger siblings. There was no babies around whatsoever. I remember I was at the school event in middle school where somebody handed me a baby and I was freaking the fuck out. I was like, what am I supposed to do with this thing? Am I supposed to rock it? Am I supposed to like coo at it? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I was like a foreign fucking creature to me when I was like 12 years old. I had no clue what to do with it. I was losing my goddamn mind. And thankfully, an older woman, a grandma saw me, and she actually took the baby and from it. And it was a small school little function, so the mom who dropped the baby off to me, because she dropped it off to me because I was a young girl that was in the area. Just saying, it's the white high trust society. And before she went to go like do something for this school function thing, the grandma took it. I was greatly relieved because like I don't know what to do with this baby. Like, what? What are we? What, like, come on! And then I found the mom again, and I told her what happened to her child. Because I was just like, we're passing this baby like hot potato here. But yeah, like I hated kids because I didn't actually know what a kid was like. I would just hear all these horror stories. And I know that still happens to this day because obviously you see these Reddit comments that she's bringing up. But there's this one Twitter account called Mackenzie Tuff that I follow that I absolutely adore. And she is who I aspire to be one day. And she partakes within like the mom side of Twitter and Facebook and different things like that. And she often fights. And one thing she talks about a lot is how moms need to stop talking about how awful their kids are because it is demoralizing. It is actually secretly anti-natalist. Like, yeah, okay, sometimes it sucks when your kids are like this, but constantly complaining about them makes other women not want to have kids. And I guess men too, but you know, other women not want to have kids. It's like you're actually secretly quite resentful of your child and you hate your child when you're constantly complaining about them like this. Also, kind of reflects on you as a mother. Like, at a certain point, if your child's a demon, then maybe it's because you're a horrible parent too. Like, so it's a multifaceted issue. And we need to stop this. We need to stop the women need to stop complaining about having kids. The problems that go with it. Like, you can talk about some of the problems, obviously, but you have to give solutions to it. Because, like, it just creates this propaganda at hand. And that's all I heard as a child myself. So, therefore, I didn't want kids.
Wow, Diana's so cute. Maybe I want kids one day. Did you know they poop and pee and cry? Why this compulsive need to counter-signal this. Watching a fictional kid play with toys for a few seconds and thinking that's what it's like raising an actual human being is probably a sign you have zero idea what it really looks like being a parent, and you should not base your decision off a video game character. Wait, wait, this community note. OP is an e-girl with an OnlyFans. You stupid gamers don't get it. Doom scrolling TikTok and having multiple failed situationships is true happiness. Children are a burden. Nobody is saying parenting is easy. Nobody said that. All the parts parents say are the best parts. All the parts parents say are worth it. That is what people are seeing and yearning for. They have this like insane compulsion to attack anything that's like remotely pro-family, I guess because it culturally clocks as conservative. So you have to just shun it and mock it, or else you're doing a fascist propaganda or something.
Well, it is conservative. Marrying and reproducing is conservative. Marriage is a conservative value. Being a traditionalist is a conservative value. Having kids is conservative. Because the left has turned into the anti-family, pro-sex, pro-gay, pro-independent, strong girl boss woman side of the aisle here. Like, it's evil if you actually want to get married and become enslaved to a man and then chained to a child further, and you don't be the career girl boss. Because feminism is just Marxism for women once again. It's a lie that's been sold to them to be like, you just have to be as good as a man because you as a woman don't have any positive traits, which is not true. As much as I bash women all the time, only women can have kids. Only women can actually raise the child and give the maternal care that the child deserves and needs. The child needs the mother within the first 5 to 6 years of its life. Especially the first couple years are the most important ones, which is why it's so imperative that women actually stay home and don't go back into the workforce after they give birth. Because it is so important to it. Like, women do have a very important role to play. But Marxism came in, communism came in, and said, "Oh no, you are oppressed. You are inferior to men, and so therefore you must prove that you're not inferior by being foemen instead." Like, a lot of people forget that the Soviet Union was the first to push women's rights after they took control in the 1920s. Like, it was the Soviets that pushed for this stuff. It's not exactly natural here. And I kind of forget where I was going with this point specifically when she brought it up. But it's... Oh, the fact that being conservative, having kids is conservative now. There we go. Sorry, chat. Sorry. So that's why they can't actually say it's a good thing. Because feminism is downstream from that, and getting that career is the powerful thing to do. Not having the career and having kids is not the powerful thing to do.
This whole thing has just been a litmus test for humanity. On one side, people who long for love and meaning and human connection desire deeper things and they're in touch with their humanity. And on the other side, miserable, insane freaks who want to destroy everything pure and wholesome. And then on the sidelines, normal people who just think this is a fun game. Yeah, that's probably most people. I think we're a little too online sometimes. So we have established that the broveries have been activated by this game, but is the male biological clock real? Unlike women who are born with a specific number of eggs, men create sperm all their life. Right now as we speak, your balls are creating sperm. Men can technically get someone pregnant all their life. And by someone I mean a woman, not a femboy. You can't get a femboy pregnant. Stop.
You can't get that pussy in preg, okay? I'm sorry, chat. I know every single far-right Discord server turns into Nazis and femboys. Oh, you cannot get that pussy impregnant, okay? No impreg allowed here.
Trying. Sperm quality tends to decline over time. Lower sperm count and more DNA damage to the sperm occurs. These changes usually start after 35 to 40 years old. So as men age, the risk of passing on genetic mutations increases. Similar to maternal age, higher paternal age has been associated with autism, schizophrenia, so
basically being a shoe-on-head fan, and other rare genetic disorders, as well as the chance of miscarriage rates being higher. So when red pill manosphere people tell you like, oh, you have all the time in the world to have children, bro, focus on yourself, queen, get that bag, like, technically, they're correct. Physically, you do have all the time in the world, but that doesn't mean you should wait. Having kids is more than the ability to reproduce. You want energy to chase a toddler around. You want your kids to have their father in their life for a long time. You want to see your kid graduate and maybe have children of their own. You want to give your parents grandchildren. You don't want to be a super old dad or mom, but if that's how it happens, and that's great. Life is not a Hallmark movie, but it should not be the ideal for men and women. Like, if you are in a stable relationship, get married and have kids as soon as possible. Honestly, it's the stable relationship part I think people are having the most trouble with. It's easy to be like, find a wife and get married and have kids, bro, and it's like, find a wife? From where? The wife store? Listen, I believe you will have that one day, Anon. I believe you will have that wife and daughter or son. You will have a little Diana of your own one day. You will hang those drawings on your fridge. Don't blackpill, don't doom. We're all gonna make it. Same to you ladies watching. If I can make it, you can make it. So what did you guys think of this? Have you played Pragmata? Did you like it? Did it make you feel those fatherly or motherly instincts? Is your biological clock ticking? Do you have baby fever?
Shit.
If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, donate to my Patreon, link down below. All Patreons get the raw, uncensored version of the video a day before it comes out, and I'm going to start doing live streams for Patreon members only, so that should be fun. And I will see you guys soon with a new video. A Slop video, hopefully. Bye!
But to add on what she says, I do agree. Anons, you will marry and you will reproduce, Shinzo Abe style. I believe in you. Where to get the wife from the wife store, not exactly sure. That's a little bit up in the air at the moment. But hey, you never know. You never know if you try. And if you give up trying, then you will actually never know at that point. The women in the park are free. You can just take them. True and real. I mean, actually kind of yes. Like, at like a certain point, like... I get the whole Me Too movement has ruined men actually just being able to talk to women without being labeled a creep. But women do like being chased, even though they claim that they don't, and all other fun stuff that goes within it. But you still just gotta try. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't know where to try at this point because all the social activities are being shut down, and I don't want you being labeled as a creep. So it's really hard to give advice these days when everything just fucking sucks. But just, you know, the cute girl at the gas station, ask her out. Cute girl at the park, kidnap her and rape her. The cute girl at Walmart, ask her out there. You know, the cute girl that's, I don't know, at the bar. You hope that she's not a slut. I had good luck with that part though. But hey, listen, the slim pickings, I guess. I don't know, like. Unironically go touch grass and find a woman in the wild. Basically, yes. Like, you literally just have to try. Or try to talk to her online, too. That's not exactly great. Definitely not the dating apps. Dating apps are just avoid. Just skip that part. You're not gonna find anything good on the dating apps. But if you can actually find a real woman online on Twitter, you know, I've heard some success stories a few times there. Like, it's just, you know... you never know until you try. That's all I have really to say, because unfortunately, I know Shu says don't the black pill, and I agree with her, don't black pill. The problem is, I'm a little bit black pilled myself. I know it's not where I should be, right? When I'm trying to be like, yeah, guys don't black pill, it's kind of hard, like, I get that I'm a little bit of a hypocrite here, but it's just like, I want to have hope for you guys, right? I want you guys to have a good life that's happily married with kids. Even if it's a bit later than it should be. You know, still something along those lines, right? 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 Thanks, I'll do my best and guide them to see through all the psychological warfare, as well as teaching the system how to work to fix the better fix the world, since once you know the systems, the maps invert. I got a little bit lost in the sauce there. I'm sorry, buddy. But yes, good luck to you. Oh, there. The girls who work at the gas station have like 300 cats and would rather die alone. Yes and no. I mean, I'm going from my experience at the gas station. That's how I found my ex, and I was in a long-term relationship with him. You know, like for many years, and we were supposed to get married and all that fun stuff too. Obviously it didn't work out, and I got to restart from zero. But like, I mean, he asked me out. Well, actually, he didn't really ask me out. I thought he was cute. I was training this one girl who was friends with he was the daughter of a coworker friend that I was training there, and he came into the gas station. I hadn't seen him for a while, but I thought he was cute and attractive and all that fun stuff, and we were very clearly flirting. But he didn't ask me out, and I turned to her being like, "Oh my god, he's so cute," blah 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 blah, and she's like, "You want me to go ask him out for you?" And I was like, "No, that's weird." She's like, I'm gonna go ask him out for you." So she ran out the door, chased him down as he got into the car, and got his number that way. And then he came back inside and kind of confirmed it with me. So, it's not like he actually asked me out. We had some help there. But hey, you never know. You never know. Obviously it didn't work out, so it's not like exactly a happy success story. But it's possible. It's possible. Maybe mutuals used to be the norm? Yes, exactly. So Amal's advice is extrovert wingman. Well, in this case it was a wing woman, yeah. Typical story of car wash girl chasing Chad. I mean, it was the coworker I was training getting him, and like I said, the relationship didn't actually work out. But I mean, and he came back inside and and everything like that. So not exactly the same thing. Then again, I've not really heard of story of car wash girl chasing Chad there. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. But it's gotta be someone, right? I used to work retail too, and actually had some weird rainbow dude hitting me. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my dude, about that. I know with retail, you're forced to be polite and nice. And so therefore, and a lot of guys do mistake the girl being nice as flirting, which is a mistake. But that's the problem. It's not a problem with women in the workforce too. It's just, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's gotta be someplace. But let's. I know she's got the little thing at the end, or where's the little bit at the end that she's got?
Is the child?
Dun.
Why is the child sexy?
Good question. No. That's basically most of the discourse around Pragmata right there. It's a little bit strange. Was he at least kind of hot? Well, the guy I dated? Yeah, he's really handsome. Like, I still find him attractive. In fact, actually, that's the problem, is that I find him too attractive because we didn't have sex. It was a dead fucking bedroom. Like, I found him attractive. I wanted, us to be together and all that fun stuff. And have kids eventually. But he didn't have a sex drive. Kinda hard to have kids when there's no sex drive there. It sucks. It fucking sucks. And for the record, because I know someone's gonna be like, "Oh, you're fat and ugly." Yes, but no at the same time, because of the fact that, one, I got hit on many times throughout the relationship. And two, I got so frustrated with him after begging for like a year to finally get tested. Sure enough, his hormones are out of whack, and instead of fixing things about the hormones, he didn't do anything about it. not even porn addicted. There's no sex drive to be addicted to porn. He didn't jerk off. Like, he didn't jerk off in the shower. He didn't watch porn. No sex drive. Like, didn't really get hard that often. Like, it just, there was no sex drive within the man. No sex drive within the man, okay? And I begged him for a year to finally get tested to figure out his hormones, because I was like, maybe it's your testosterone or something like that. And he got tested, and his testosterone was actually fine, but found his prolactin, prolactin was 5 times higher than it was supposed to be. 5 times higher. And it's like, okay then, this is a bit strange. This is obviously abnormal. Look it up. High prolactin in men has the same effect as low testosterone. No sex drive. Depression. Frequent headaches. Low motivation. All the other different things that he fit the bill. He completely fit the bill for what high prolactin does within men. Plus, also that helps that he had 5 times the amount that he should have with it. And I was like, please, go to a doctor. Seek help. There's clearly a problem. And he's like, no, this is just how I am. You should love me for how I am in this case. And I was like, I do. I find you attractive. I want to be with you. I want to have kids. I want to get married. But in order to have kids, we need to have sex. And we're not having sex. Yeah. I stayed in that relationship far longer than I should have. It's one of my biggest regrets, is not leaving sooner. In that case. But I was there for a few years because I loved him. I wanted to be with him. He was a good man in a bunch of different ways. But he didn't want to change himself or fix himself or try to get help. There. Can that be fixed? I can. I did a bunch of research, but you have to go to a doctor, which I hate doctors. Like, I don't like doctors, but it's one of those cases where it's not a simple eating healthy situation. And be careful of what kind of shampoo you use. This is something like an actual doctor needs to do and put you on different hormone treatments to try to like take care of there. But he just refused to go to the doctor because he's like, well, I did the test. That's what you asked me to do. And it was just like, great, I'm glad you did the test, but I wanted you to do the test to figure out what the problem was. We now know what the problem is, so go to a doctor and try to fix the problem. And he's like, no, it's just naturally who I am. I've never had a big sex drive and all that fun stuff. I'm like, that's not normal. It's not normal for a man not to have a sex drive. Please. Yeah. 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 Anyway, so now I gotta start at square one. Wasted, good 5 years there, but hey, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. I found motivation for going to the gym and jogging when I got a dog and my significant other started doing workouts jogging with me. That's good. See, that's actually a good thing. But like, he wasn't fat. He's quite skinny. He's, if anything, like when I met him, he was underweight because he was not eating very well. And then I started cooking for him, and then he gained weight instead. So, yeah. I have too much of one. That's how I felt. Like, I was losing my fucking mind. I was like actually looking up ways to how to reduce a woman's sex drive. Because I was just like, I just want it once or twice a week, right? That's all I ask, is like once or twice a week. I don't even feel like I had like a really strong sex drive for being a woman in this case. But I was just like, I just want it once or twice a week. And I was trying to actually find ways to like lower my sex drive because it was ruining our relationship. There. Oh, Jesus Christ, 5 years? They said 1 year. No, it was 5 years. He sounds gay? No, he just didn't have a sex drive. He was a good man in a million other ways. And that's why I didn't leave. Because he was perfect in like every single way. Except for that. And so I was just like, why would I want to leave a good man? All he needs to do is just fix his sex drive. Well, you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. That was the lesson that I learned from that. And it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Like, because, I mean, not like I was perfect. I wasn't a great girlfriend, right? I fucked up. I did some bad things too. Right? I'm not gonna say like I'm a pure innocent angel in the whole situation with it. But I like to think I did my best. So, there. So, yeah. None or just low. Basically none. Like it was very rare when we did it, and when we did it, it was not great. Yeah. Sounds to me like an alcohol issue because it starting to cause problems sometimes. No alcohol. He stopped smoking weed once we got together, so he was doing weed for about 10 years. With the last couple of years before we got, like, the couple years before we got together, he started slowing down on it, but he completely cut it out when we got together because that was a hard rule for me because I do not like weed. I don't like drugs. I don't like things that make you not sober, right? I like mental clarity there. And so I do think doing weed for 10 years probably had some sort of side effect on it. But I don't know because other than getting his hormones tested, nothing further came out for trying to find solutions. That's just a tragedy. Could you tell me what the issue was called again? For him specifically, it was high prolactin. Because men do have prolactin as well. And it has literally the same side effects as low testosterone. It's just that it's a different hormone in this case. And it was 5 times the amount of what it was supposed to be. Yeah. So, you know, there's no actual issue. I don't know what specifically the issue was because other than getting his hormones tested, nothing ever happened there. Nothing ever happened there. Weed kills the sex drive. That makes sense. I hope he didn't permanently kill it, but it sucks. Like I said, I loved him. Like, I wanted to get married. I wanted to have kids with him. I wanted to stay with him. Like, I was trying my best to be the traditionalist, you know, housewife there. I tried to get into a a permanent relationship, right? Like, I tried to get into the rest of my life kind of relationship there at an early age. So I wouldn't be wasting my youth sleeping around with a bunch of random men. And I found a good man. But, you know. Yeah. Are we still live? Are we still good in the hood? Okay, sorry, because my screen went black there. Yes, still live? Okay, good, because, yeah, my computer, all my computer screens went black there. There. Anyway, But, sorry guys for being really depressing there for a second. It's been a while, but yeah, it has been a yap session. We covered various things. I had another smaller topic I thought about covering, but we're not gonna bother tonight. There. Sorry, Mo. It's okay. It's okay. It just sucks. It just sucks overall. And I think that's... I know as a public figure, right? As a streamer, I shouldn't admit this because it's like it's a way to paint like a target on me, right? But I think it kind of what makes the whole TikTok, the egg cartons, the whole get married already part really fucking like hurt a little bit more than they probably should, because I did try. At least in my eyes, I did try. There. And now I am living with my dad, streaming from his basement. And while I'm very lucky to be able to stream, and thanks to you guys, it was not what I wanted to do. Right? Like, I couldn't stream for various reasons beforehand, but it was I never wanted to be a career woman, and I would like to think that I tried not to be a career woman before I guess I am now, right? Right? You did your best, all things considered. Well, I'm glad you guys think so, because like I like, obviously I'm coming from my perspective, right? Like, there's two sides to every story, and you're not gonna hear his side because I'm not gonna dox him or anything like that, right? Like, that's fucking weird. So I'm sure if he were to speak, he would have plenty to say about how I was bad and I was terrible and stuff like that. Because like I said, I'm not an angel. I wasn't a perfect girlfriend or anything like that. Like, I know I did wrong, bad things during the relationship too, because that's just, you know, how people are there. Like, I'm not, like, I'm sure even though I say I tried my best, I probably didn't. And I probably like that kind of deal. So it's not sympathy points, not victim blame, like victimhood here, right? It was just like, if anything, I'm to blame for not leaving sooner and wasting so much time, right? Like that's on me right there for choosing wrong and wasting so much time. The only one to blame in that case is me and myself for that, irregardless of all the other details. So I'm not a victim, right? It fucking sucks and I hate myself for it, but I'm not a victim, right? So like, it's no sympathy, no pity, even though I know it's what's happening right now, because that's just how it is. But it's just my life, unfortunately. I did it to myself. It's okay. I'm trying to change that. We're going from there. There. Everyone gets rough times. Exactly, right? Everyone has their own problems. And men have a million more problems in the dating scene than women do. So I can fix this relatively easily. And I'm working on it. Could have been worse, could have been happily wed, then later become a widow. I don't know, actually. That's an interesting like thought tease to have there. Interesting thing. Is it actually worse to be happily wed than later become a widow versus wasting 5 years of my youth and having the TikTok in my head here and finding somebody else? I mean, I guess being happily wed and later become a widow is probably actually worse because you had something that was lost, versus me, I can still become happily married and not have to do it. I just wasted too much time, but there's still like a chance. I mean, you can still get remarried after becoming a widow, but that's a different type of pain. Like, actually, you know, losing the person you loved, for a good chunk of your life, right? Who was supposed to be there. So I guess that is worse. That is worse there. Yeah. I just had to think about that for a second here. I'm heading out. Nice to meet you all. I sub to your channel to catch future streams. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for the subbies. Thanks for the sub. I'm glad you enjoyed stream, even with all the depressing little tidbit there at the end. There. So, whoopsies. Good introduction to the channel, am I right? Oh, God. Let me see. I know I missed some super chats, so I was trying to get through the video. So let me go back and get them. Let me see. Thank you, Deadpool K, for the $10 reduce. Thank you. The left fails to understand most important thing about boys and men. Strength matters. It's a core virtue for a reason. That's why they gravitate towards those who can exhibit discipline power. Excuse me. Yes. I 100% agree with this. Obviously there is a limit to the strength, which is what fatherhood is supposed to be, right? When you have a son, you're supposed to teach him how to use that strength for good and in a protective sense and not in a horrible way. Which is why specifically sons that don't have father figures in their life usually turn out to be a hot fucking mess, go into crime, and beat women and do other various things because they're using that strength in other horrible ways because they didn't actually have the guide to teach them the right way. And then thank you, Double Kid, for another $5 dues. Thank you. I think these people have forgotten that they were once snotty little shits, aka kids. It's not like they were born from cabbages. I think that's kind of why they hate kids, is because they hate themselves. They hate white people, and they hate the West. And so therefore they want to try to eradicate it as much as possible, and the best way to kill civilization is to stop having kids, to inherit it, and then replace them with immigrants instead. So I think that's actually part of the problem there, is that they do know that they hate themselves. That's kind of it. Is it a mall stream without some evening depresso espresso? Yeah, right. Gotta love that little Vanta black pill that we're at the end to rock you to sleep. Personally speaking, loss is worse. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sorry for those that have actually experienced loss. Because for me to have to think about that out loud, because I haven't experienced it myself in a way that matters, right? Because yeah, my mom died, but I'm glad that she's dead. That doesn't count. And then my grandpa died when I was really young, but I don't really remember him, so don't really count that either. My first actual genuine loss where it will hit me really hard will either be my dog or my dad, whichever one happens first. I don't want to say hopefully, but it probably will be my dog. Which that's gonna be devastating for me. But yeah, there. And so I don't know what loss is actually like. I do know what wasting 5 years of your life is, but I don't know what actual genuine losing someone you love for the rest of your life is like. So my apologies about that. Thank you, Salt the Second, for the $5 reduce for being Yakube's strongest soldier. Thank you. And then thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. It's fucked up, but even my kids, ages 9, 10, 11, are exposed to anti-natalist propaganda at school. Shit is being pushed on kids from a young age. Yes. Thank you. See, it's all over the fucking place. Once you, start noticing it, you're so... It's like a fish swimming in water. You don't even realize that you're in it until it's actually pointed out to you. And it's absolutely disgusting. And it's absolutely sucks. Backup plan, go get your ex back and silly drug with medical treatments. Unfortunately, I don't know what medical treatments actually give him, since I don't know what the doctors recommend, because he never went to the doctor in the first place, and the doctor's not going to exactly help me with that. And part of the whole wasting 5 years is I left him, but then I went back to him, because I have a bad habit of doing that. So I'm not going to go back to him for a second time. Yeah, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing to do. So yeah, it is what it is. It sucks, but I've taken the L. It's rough, but you get used to it. I imagine... Well, I shouldn't say imagine so in this case, but it's... I mean... I guess from a logic perspective, it makes sense. Right? I knew a guy who became a widower in his early 20s. Holy shit. He used to get so mad at other service members that slept around or cheated on their darn good partners. Understandable. Oh my god, I feel bad for that guy. I don't blame him for getting mad either, because these people don't realize what they actually have until they lost it. One thing that I really, I'm scared of doing is, taking things for granted, right? I'm not saying I'm obviously human, right? And I fuck up and I make mistakes. But, one thing I try not to do is take things for granted. And I'm constantly, yelling at myself to not do that. Especially with my dad, for example. Because he is a boomer. And, I never see him anymore these days. And I'm well, I'm kind of like, I'm okay with it, right? Because on one hand, it's nice actually having my own space and doing my own thing, right? Being my own strong, independent girl boss. But then when I have these kind of thoughts like, oh, I like having the house to myself. But then I kind of realize how many days it's been since I've actually seen my dad. I'm like, wait, he's in his late 60s. I should when I see him again, I should give him an extra hug. Because it's like, I don't want to take things, I don't want to be that kind of person who doesn't realize what they have until it's gone. And I'm sure I still will, but I don't want to be like that. Yeah, teachers of the origin of state propaganda? Unfortunately, yes, which is why you should homeschool. But anyways, enough of this depresso nonsense for tonight. Once again, sorry for ending stream. I have a tendency to do this, right? I have a tendency to do this. It's like, I'm not even drinking anything but water, but it's like you put enough wine in me and I start like babbling about depressing shit, right? You know, maybe I was blamed on my period. Anyways, guys, Twitch bros, not Twitch bros, what the fuck am I saying? Kick bros, green Twitch. First off, Hamando, thank you for celebrating your subby bubby for 9 months in a row. I've given birth to you. You're now my child. There we go. Yeah, I've given birth to you. I at least had one kid in my life, right? But also, Kick Bros, I am sending you over to Leaflet tonight for Leaflet Lunday. I don't know what she's talking about at the moment, but as per usual, follow her rules. Don't be too spicy. Don't be gay. We don't like the gays here. YouTube bros, I'm going to send you over to something a little bit more cheerful. Mari_EN, the fish princess. Obviously, she's not political. Don't bring up politics. That's very gay. Don't do that. But enjoy the funny fish princess. Rumble Brosy, stay in the cuck chair, so don't feel like dealing with you tonight. Other than that, I will see you guys on Wednesday at 7:45 p.m. EST for whatever we do on Wednesday, whether it be game or politics or something in between. Thank you for all the subby bubbies, donuts, and big list spankings tonight. You guys were very nice to me. Thank you for letting me don the P.E.P.E. hoodie. And I will see you later. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye, 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 bye. Hasta la vista. Adios. Bonsoir? I don't know. What's... I don't... Goodbye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?